Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Hey,
Hello?
chat.
Chat? Are we live? Hello? How's it going?
Y'all having a good time? Like I see you with this chat stream.
I haven't started. Hi, everybody. Welcome. We're 10 minutes early, but we thought we'd hang out a little bit before and just make sure that everything works. Hopefully you can hear us. And if anything doesn't work, then don't blame us for once, because we're not the ones handling production this time.
Or just go complain in chat, of course.
Yeah.
Like, as you do.
Yeah, very nice. All right. Stream's blocked.
So much stuff.
Bummer.
Hello, muted.
Hi, everyone. It's very hard to know who and what, because we're streaming this on 11 platforms, I think.
Yeah, we're merging in the chat,
and
so it's all of you at the same time.
So it's hard to know. When people say rock and stone, that could be both Satisfactory community and deep rock. We don't know. So it's very fun. Hope you're all having a good Tuesday.
Yeah. You guys are so good at spamming as usual. I think you're rested from the weekend.
Yeah. Oh, I see quiet. I recognize the name. You get one.
Yeah. I think I saw Steambot Bro who said hello to both of us. Yeah. I think that's one of our devs' friends.
Friends?
Yeah.
You have friends?
Friends. We do have friends. It's strange, right?
Cool.
I don't know how it feels. Yeah, it's weird.
I've only got fake friends.
Yeah. Oh, you all.
Golf question mark? Ooh, that's a Satisfactory one.
Golf minigame?
Golf minigame?
Can you add that?
We do that. So yeah, we're just sort of counting down the last couple of minutes before the stream starts, hanging out. We're all alone, unfortunately. Nobody wanted to come for this stream.
We're just sadly talking to ourselves. Yeah. But hey, we got each other for company.
Better than nothing, right?
Oh, we got chat too. So
yeah, we got chat.
We won't forget you. Yeah, that's that. Don't be rude.
Yeah. Don't be rude.
The factory must grow. That's good. How do we see chat? We have this huge chat feed.
Oh, yeah.
It merges in all of them. It's chaos.
It's, I don't know if anyone saw the BTS video I made yesterday. It's on
Beyond
the Spills channel.
the Summit? The BTS, the K-pop band?
There's none other.
No.
But yeah, there's a whole crew doing all the stuff for us. It's kind of wild. Wow, there's a lot of people watching us over there. I didn't realize until now.
So we got
it's
chat,
gonna be exciting.
Real people.
Yeah.
How's it feel? What do you think? What do you think wins?
I feel dead inside us ever. So
gotcha.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yes.
But yeah, it'll be good. Hopefully. You behave, chat. Oh, I saw Total.
Yeah, be nice. Come on.
Another
We're just
person
starting. You can be mean later.
Yeah. No, but we're live streaming this on a lot of platforms. We're also live streaming this on the Spills channel. So if you wanna be there for the OG place to watch the stream, then go to the Spill on YouTube. Watch the Spill.
Exactly. We get all of it, so you get all the fun. And the Spill.com, of course, includes all the bundles for the game, so you can get 15% off any of the bundles.
All right, try hard.
I know, immediately selling that hashtag. Get hashtag sell out in the chat. Put it in there. You call me out.
We're all about making games. Buy our games. Buy the
consume.
games. Buy them now. Very cool.
It does not showcase, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah.
Temper your expectations. We put it on the site. So do you know how to read?
Yeah. We'll explain that later, but yeah. It's interesting, because it's not really redone, this thing that we're doing. Or I guess it has been, but it's it's very weird, because whenever I talk about this event, everyone's always like, oh, so it's like a showcase. I was like, no. Oh, it's going to show a ton of trailers? And I'm like, no, not really.
I think everyone's used to PC Gaming Show or the Game Awards or something.
Yeah.
And then the tiny indie random stuff.
Yeah. Consume, harvest, exactly.
Yeah. Consume. We're going to be rich.
So, no, it'll be fun. We'll do a proper intro once the show actually starts, which we're 5 minutes away from.
Counting down.
Very exciting.
But you can say you were here first, because you were here.
Yeah.
Whoever was in chat for 3 hours, the determination.
For sure. All right, I'm out of things to talk about, so...
Yeah.
Whose idea was it to give a 10 minutes pre-warm-up? I can't believe this shit.
The chat is so patient. Thank you, chat. Yeah. You're very kind.
Straight pipes. I recognize the Satisfactory community.
No.
Very hot.
Oh, 5 minutes coming.
Yeah, you have to remember that it's camera left.
Yeah, I can't do this. All night I'm going to...
It's backwards.
Yeah. So, we're broke. No, don't be broke. Just be rich.
want to see some Jason modes. Nice. Y'all look breathtaking. Oh my goodness.
What?
You're breathtaking.
Yeah, all of you. Every single one of you. We know. We've seen. That's how cameras work. We just look through here.
You're getting some love here, Kevin.
Thank you. Appreciate it, chat. Good chat.
Such a good-looking man.
You're too kind. Or should You're too kind.
No, I wouldn't.
No.
I just had pizza before this, so I don't know if my face is stuffed.
Do you know who this guy is? Chat, you know him, right? No, do an intro first, and then I'll do mine.
No, you're 4 minutes away. We're not allowed to start now. You have to wait.
So you can't know who we are. We're just talking.
Yeah. This is this is the cold open, the secret start of the show.
I saw it. Kevin should have 3 ponytails. I don't know if I can though.
What?
That's a lot of ponytails. 3 ponytails.
3 ponytails?
More. Every direction. One on top, one on the side, one on the inside, one on the back.
Yeah, that'd be
2 in
cool.
front as well. I think I can do 5. 5 tail.
Yeah, that could be cool. I can only do 1.
Beard on the business?
Oh yeah, I did shave, by the way. I don't know if people noticed this, but I did shave recently. Because I do the thing where, like, before we have releases, I don't shave for like a month or whatever and then I shave after the release. But then I forgot to do it after we released, so
you were in time.
Yeah, so I have to do it now.
It's okay. We'll forgive you. Stabilize the camera. No, Adam is a very hard-working cameraman.
It's supposed to be like lifelike. How's the camera weight, by the way? This is a huge camera. Adam's got this.
Yeah, he's a champ.
He's doing like a.
I don't think you understand how big the camera is. It's like,
he's doing like the most like sure like thumbs up like sure this will be fine. Don't worry, this will be you won't have to do this for the entire thing. Like we have like 2 more sets prepped for this, so don't worry, Chad.
What's the location of the stream? Coffee Stain Hallway?
So yeah, we're in Coffee Stain Studios in Skövde. So this is where we made Satisfactory.
Middle of somewhere, Sweden.
Yeah, Skövde.
The capital of
I censored myself so hard. I don't live in Skövde, so I can say whatever I want.
Yeah, I'm a Gothenburger too, so it's fine.
Yeah. So actually, fun thing. Skövde actually had a thing recently where Walk of Game. You guys know like Walk of Fame, where like celebrity get their names in like stars in the ground or whatever.
Yeah.
So Skövde did something similar with like games. So Raft and Satisfactory and Goat Sim and V-Rising. One more. Wait,
Valheim.
Valheim.
Hey,
Yeah.
you can't forget that one.
I'm like looking for them. They're not here. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
It's fine. Valheim. Give a shout out.
Yeah, they didn't hear it. Ignore that.
So, but they got these cool plaques.
Yeah.
And the studio's receiving an extra one, right? It's like a little trophy.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I saw 2 trophies.
I wasn't there for that.
Doesn't count then.
Yeah.
Only if it's live.
Yeah, no pick.
Yeah.
How are we? 1 minute.
Oh, good.
I can't wait for this to be over.
I hope this stream is 80% side. There's no way. No, there's so much rock and stone.
Yeah.
Okay, what's a meme from Satisfactory? How would we know it's the chat?
Golf, I guess,
golf.
is the meme that never dies.
Golf. Not pipes. Golf.
No, pipes was a meme, but it's like reality now, so we don't worry too much about that anymore.
Dead meme.
Yeah.
Get it. Satisfactory board.
Oh, lasers. That's true. Lasers. But it's not a meme, though. It's in the game.
Yeah, it's real.
Doesn't count.
It's
real.
authentic.
It's authentic.
Made it happen. Chat made it happen.
Yeah.
So,
what
thank
the?
You. No.
Go. Look at that. It works.
It's fantastic.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, you turn on a little light. There's a little light.
It's so funny because we had that as a backdrop during our release stream, and people didn't believe us when we said it actually works, but it actually does. It's so fast. Not breaking any records, that one. Sam, can you add like a crash effect or something? The exits frame, just hear like a car crash or something in the background?
Oh, we got 30 seconds. For everyone getting impatient, 30 seconds.
Whoa, 30 seconds.
You don't have to
complain
much longer. Yeah,
actually,
hold on to your pants.
Yeah. How do we start this thing? Do we just
go?
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
We've rehearsed this so many times. You have no idea.
It's on script.
Doesn't matter. All right.
You ready,
10 seconds.
Are you ready for a stroll? A hike? Oh, only for Americans.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good.
For Europeans, it's wandering somewhere.
Yeah.
Stroll through the woods.
Yeah. All right. Someone's mom is calling.
Yeah. Who is it? Fess up.
Are you on the TV?
All right. Oh, are we live? Is it?
Let's
are
go.
we doing it?
Let's go. We're live. We're live. We're live.
Whoa, there's so many people here. Wow, who would have thought? Whoa, we weren't alone after all. There were a bunch
We
of
have
people.
actual devs. The devs make games.
Yeah. All right, you can go home now.
Yeah, we're done. We're done. Just wrap it up.
Cool. Hi, everyone, and welcome to The Spill. This is very exciting. We've never done anything like this before, so crazy. We will also not rehearse this, so we have no idea this is going to go. But welcome to The Spill. My name is Snoot. I work at Coffee Stain Studios. I'm joined by Kevin.
I'm at Box Dragon, the game director.
Box Dragon, exactly. And we're here to check out The Spill, which is our little live stream event that we put together. Our little live stream event.
Got 11 dev studios,
Yeah.
tons of games.
There's tons of people. So who's here? Well, let me tell you who's here.
we can just
So
read off
Coffee
the
Stain
list.
Studios are here. Coffee Stain North are here. Iron Gate are here. Box Dragon, of course. Ghost Ship Games are here. They've traveled all the way from Denmark. Lava Potion, Destiny Bit, Invisible Walls, Bitfire, Guidelight, and North Play.
Wow.
So there's a lot of different studios here today. Really exciting. And just to clarify too, this is not just like a Coffee Stain thing. There are more studios here than just Coffee Stain, obviously. And and essentially the spill is going to be like we hang out and we talk about our games. And there's going to be some games that you guys haven't seen yet. There's going to be some games that you have seen, but we'll talk more like what we're working on. You guys will have a grand reveal, kind of.
We're having a big announcement.
Yeah.
Hype trail.
Very exciting. And yeah, it's going to be fun, I think. It's going to be very like low key and yeah, if anything sounds weird or looks weird, then don't blame us because we're not actually running the show today. We actually have a production company doing it. So if you ever tune in for like any of our like release streams or anything like that, you know how it is. But hopefully today will be pretty dandy.
Shout out to Sam.
Yeah, Sam Deans and his crew.
Directing this.
Very exciting. Yeah.
We'll keep it nice and casual. We will just talk about everything. So
Yeah.
you'll get behind the scenes stuff, discussions, actual, like it won't just be hyping stuff up.
Yeah, they'll be fun. And there's a schedule. We did put the schedule on our website. There's also a schedule on this side right here. You can tune in. So we have, the way it's going to work is we're going to have like segments where there are sort of like main segments where we'll talk about, you can see on screen like who's going to be on it. We have sort of a theme for each segment, but some of them will diverge a little bit. And then between those segments, Kevin will host like a little squish thing.
Exactly. You can see it on the I'm doing a reverse stream right here. We put the schedule out. So we'll start with what's new. We have a squish. You'll see big blocks with time. Like for those, just stay tuned for that moment. We'll put some drops out for you.
Yeah.
Then we have squish time where we pick silly little things. I'll mostly be hosting that. It's just for fun. But we'll do fun things. We have a competition of different creatures. We have an artist doodle session. We have a panel with turn-based and strategy stuff. And then we have I think, what was it? Yeah.
We just organized this shit. Like, who cares what's gonna be on it?
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm sure.
Yeah. But so yeah, if you came in to see like Satisfactory or Valheim, whatever, then you sort of know when these things will happen. But maybe you want to stick around and see some of the other games, and maybe you'll wishlist something that you didn't think you were gonna wishlist, and yeah, good times will be had by all.
Exactly. It's gonna be a fun time.
Yeah, I think. And also on the website, you can also like click on these games, and they'll take you to the store. So like, if you're unsure, like I don't even know what game that is when you look at the icon, then just go to the website and click the link, and yeah, that'll take you there.
It'll be good.
Cool. All right. I think our intro is supposed to be like 4 more minutes.
Nice. Well, we can talk about segments, but we can cut to intro
cut to
video.
B-roll.
Yeah, let's take it a bit. Yeah.
There we go. Yay! We're here in the comfy set in our apartment. This is what my apartment looks like, I promise. Yeah, welcome everybody to The Spill. This is essentially where the show will take place. We're going to hang out here on the couch. My name is Snut, as I said before. I'm the community manager for Coffee Stain Studios. And today I am joined by Emmett, who is our new game director at Coffee Stain Studios, working on Satisfactory. So for those who don't know, do you want to give me the elevator pitch for Satisfactory? This was not, we didn't plan for this, but do you want to do that?
That's the energy we need going into
this.
Yeah.
It's pure. It's going to be chaotic immediately.
Yes. Yes, Satisfactory is basically factory building game. We released the 1.0, it's actually our 1 month anniversary to the 1.0. It was Tuesday 4 weeks ago, I just realized.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, holy shit.
Wow, time flies.
I thought it was only like 2 days, but yeah, that was 4 weeks ago.
Damn, yeah.
Yeah, it's available on Steam now. It's been in development for about 8 years. It had been in early access for 5 before this, and the reception has been incredible so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, super happy to see how things are going.
Yeah, damn it, you passed the test.
I was ready, and you were going to throw a curveball. I'm ready for anything.
You would have been fired on the spot if you didn't land this elevator pitch. Yeah, so Satisfactory has been in development for a long time, and we were going to start the whole show with just talking a little bit about Satisfactory and sort of what we have cooking. We have sort of 2 segments for Satisfactory. We're going to talk a little bit briefly what we have in store for the show, but we're also going to talk later about more in depth about what's coming up. But I think the big reveal, or bigger reveal, I think people kind of suspected this, but what is the future?
I'm terrified you set expectations really high now. I mean, in the very near future, our next content is Fixmas. So we kind of thought, is there anything else we want to do, but Fixmas, we're going to have a Christmas event starting on the 1st of December, which will again run into January. There's going to be a lot of Yes, that's all. We got that too. Don't worry. You should play Satisfactory. We've got snow in there too now. But yeah, we're going to have Fixmas kicking off. I think we've got some things to show for it. I guess we'll show a bit later.
Yeah, we have some B-roll actually, and hopefully it made it in because it was really last second, but we made it. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Look at that. Look. Oh my God, it's so much better than I thought it was going to be.
So pretty right now.
Yeah.
This isn't even the best scene.
Because we gave Linus a very short deadline for this, and he's been cooking. Holy shit. So this is a little bit work in progress, as in these scenes. We'll give you more of an updated view. But what are we looking at here?
How about them northern lights?
Yeah, holy shit.
How pretty is that?
That's crazy.
Holy shit.
So yeah, essentially, Fixmas is getting the 1.0 polish pass. Fixmas has always been a little bit of a last second thing we always do for Christmas.
Yeah, I think the original was described to me as they kind of just got it all done 2 weeks beforehand.
Yeah.
Which is amazing how well it has still come out. But yeah, again, game is in 1.0 now. Everything has to be kind of polished to that level. That's the expectation we're setting. Yeah. So yeah, we put a lot of work into making sure all the art assets are updated. We've got a new calendar, a whole bunch of cool unlocks. Make sure you make it to the very end of the calendar because there's some cool stuff in there that we want everyone to see. And then a whole bunch of new MAM tree research, of course. And again, some cool unlocks and different little cosmetics and nice things to have to show you took part in Fixmas this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, overall, we're pretty pleased with it. Again, it's still work in progress. We're going to get more stuff done. We have a few little maybe hidden things that haven't been announced or shown in this B-roll yet that we'll hopefully get in there too. So yeah, no, we're happy with how things are going.
Really cool. I'm really curious about what's going to happen with the calendar, because that's always been something a little bit weird where you need something from the calendar or lock it in the calendar. I don't know if
I'm just it's going to be a curveball again.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to change that or maybe.
No, it's mostly the same. We'll still have some different randomized unlocks, but we have more substantial spread out unlocks throughout it as well.
Yeah.
But I think the story that Mark described to me this morning was because you have random unlocks in the calendar, you get someone that gets this really cool thing like a superposition oscillator or something that wasn't even in the game in the last or previously. And then you get one person who gets coal on the same day, and it's it's just that juxtaposition of oh, this thing's fucking awesome, and then you just get
I got a lump of coal.
Oh,
because they get some funny posts on our forums whenever people are what the shit, I got coal. So yeah, I love that stuff. So yeah, Fixmas is coming up. It's kind of weird because we're in October. This year flew by. It's kind of nuts.
We're almost halfway through October.
Yeah. Are we? Wait, no.
Wait, no. Oh my God.
My brain is
a week.
No. October just
because
started.
this week's.
Yeah. Very exciting. But what happens after Fixmas?
Oh my God, what happens after Fixmas?
Yeah, what happens after Fixmas?
Not 2.0. Just so we have that clear. Not yet. Who knows? Maybe in the future. But no, obviously we're going to keep supporting Satisfactory. We have like a kind of codename 1.1, which was going to be the next large free update. So like obviously Satisfactory had 8 updates up until we did 1.0. We're now just figuring out like what exactly does a free update look like afterwards, but we are going to have something substantial hitting somewhere in 2025. And then we're looking at other ways to expand.
Soon.
Vaguely, TM 2025.
Yeah.
But I mean, like that's the thing we're probably putting a lot of our focus into right now. Like, what does the shape of that? What does it look like? There are other ways we want to look at expanding the game, but I think that's maybe something we talk about in the second segment.
Yeah, we'll have a segment later in the show where we'll go more in depth of like as to what we sort of plan to do with Satisfactory, like going forward, like what our sort of goals are and like what we like how our release cycle will work. Because when we've been in early access, we've had like one type of release cycle where we make these updates, and for the most part, I think we want to sort of keep that going. But after 1.0, we sort of need to look inside ourselves and sort of decide like how we want to do things. If we want to work on DLC, or if we want to go to these free updates, or if we want to do both. So I don't know.
It's a really nice challenge to have.
Yeah.
Now, honestly,
yeah.
And again, this comes down to the reception this game has had. For the last 4 weeks, we've been in like the top 10 most played games on Steam, which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
A huge thank you to everyone who is playing this. We love it. Like, we have been following like all different Twitch streams and stuff, and we're always watching like the CCU count on SteamDB and stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So yeah, it's mind-blowing.
And not only that, but we got nominated for the Golden Joystick Award.
Yes.
Which is really cool. We haven't really been nominated for any awards much for Satisfactory. I guess because we're in early access, I guess that kind of makes sense that you...
Yeah, I know, but I get here and suddenly we get a nomination. Like,
is that
a coincidence? I don't know.
So that's really cool. And also, call to action. Q. You guys can go and vote for Satisfactory for PC Game of the Year is the nomination.
Category.
Really cool. PC Game of the Year is like...
It's incredible.
Yeah, that's really...
nominations, voting is up now. The award ceremony is on the 21st of November, if I remember correctly. That's when it'll actually
I think that's when the voting ends or something like that. Or
no, it's the actual ceremony is on the 21st.
Yeah, but I think the voting keeps...
Does it go right? Okay.
I don't know. It's on the website.
We'll trust it. It's there, yeah. It's on the link.
Yeah. The website is a bit finicky, but if you're a true pioneer, then you'll pull through, I guess.
Yeah, we believe in you all.
Yeah, we believe in you all. So yeah, we will talk more about 1.1, and we'll talk more about like the future and console as well. Don't forget console, because we're also coming to
console.
We would never. So we will give you guys more of an in-depth like information about that. But at least Fixmas, we got roll the B-roll again. We got Fixmas. I'm throwing so many curveballs at Sam. He's not ready for this, because I'm really excited for this stuff. This little snow guy. Really looking forward to the polish that goes into it, because like we said before, we rarely have time for like this stuff. It's always like last second. So now we actually have a chance to do the proper like 1.0 polish.
Yeah, you can see it in the art and like the VFX, such a high level.
And there might be one or two more new things in Fixmas.
We got some ideas.
Who knows?
Yeah,
we don't
see.
show right now. Maybe we'll see it later. So yeah, very exciting. All right, you will be back.
Yes.
Later in the stream too. So without further ado, I think we're going to kick off with the next segment. So we're going to be checking out something sort of new within Coffee Stain, or not Coffee Stain, something something new. We're going to check out a trailer for something yet to be announced from Box Dragon, namely a game called As We Descend. Let's check it out. All right, that was As We Descend. Really exciting. I actually saw something in that trailer now. I've played this game a little bit. I saw something now that I'm like, oh. How about those lasers, though?
Yeah, lasers, crossover. We put it in just for you, really. We saw that and we're like, okay, we got to have it in our trailer. But what'd you think? Was it hype?
Yeah, I really like that trailer. It's really hype. We didn't get the full sound experience here, but I really like the sound design for that trailer. It's really good. And I don't know, it's really cool. It's got lasers. That's as long as I have lasers, I'm good.
Thing. We hope you enjoyed it in chat, of course. That was one of the first times we were showing off the trailer, making sure everyone sees the hype trailer. If you already played the game and you've already kind of supported us, now you get to see a lot more of it. So we're really doing our big announce and splashy thing now. Yeah. If you don't know me, I'm Kev Chang, game director at Box Dragon. I do all the game and the directing and the designing and just making stuff. Yeah. If there's stuff in the game, I probably made it, basically. But not the art. Other people make the art. I just do all the game design.
You just do what I do and just take credit for everything.
Yeah, I just steal the credit for everything.
Satisfactory, so I was like,
Exactly. When you're PR, you get to just... Exactly. But no, if you thought that was a hype trailer, you can actually play the game right now on Steam. There's a demo on Steam right now, so you can go there right now. Leave the spill on your second monitor and go play the game on your other monitor. If you need a bit more convincing, of course, be happy to talk more about the game. So there's a lot of stuff in this game. It's a deep strategy game. That's a card game. There's tons you can do. So we want to set the stakes big. You serve as Warden of the Wall in the post-apocalypse. You can see here, this is the city. Ava's the character in the middle. She drains power, and then everything begins. And you're defending the last city of mankind, and your choices really matter here. Whether you decide to help the people of the city or serve yourself, those things will all impact your run as things go on. And you need to make the right choices in order to save everyone. As Warden of the Wall, you defend the walls of the city, of course, but you also go on expeditions to find vital resources. You bring it back and you talk to the people in the city in order to gain additional resources to serve mankind, basically. So the stakes are high. Every time you die, another city vault dies, and it's gone again, and then another one reawakens for humanity to try one more time.
Cool. So it's like a roguelike sort of situation where...
Exactly. You'll have to start over from the top every single time. So you be careful about losing. You gotta make the right choices. You don't want to just throw away civilizations left and right.
And this game is kind of hard. I've played this a little bit. I haven't played the demo, so I have no idea. I'm kind of curious, actually, what changes have gone in since last time I played.
Check it out right now. But really, the demo is
every chance to do the call to action.
I'm going to call to action every time. But the demo is really just a game. We've actually just put in an extra hard stop point and locked some of the unlocks, but you can just play to your heart's content. There's more than a biome continent. I think over 10 of the units are in 13 units. Tons of cards. Cool. So much content in the demo. So we didn't want to get anything from you. We wanted you to play the full experience and also get the difficulties. We didn't nerf it at all. So you get a...
What's sort of how do you manage the difficulty for the game? Like when it comes to that aspect of it? Or have you gotten feedback on
Yeah, we used to get a lot of feedback early on about certain things are hard, but in order to make decisions meaningful, you have to make the decisions hard enough. If it's too easy, you can just do whatever you want. You can pick any card or any unit, and the game will kind of work out for you. But if you make it hard, kind of like Dark Souls, right? Yeah. It's a lot more meaningful. Your victories mean a lot more. And since everyone knows that the game has a hard difficulty, when you triumph over it at last, everyone knows what that means. Yeah. It's sort of a shared experience.
It's true, because it's you want it to be hard, but you don't want to be frustrating. I guess it's it's a hard balance sometimes. And
I think you want to go for difficult but fair. I think that's really the kind of lingo nowadays in terms of just what you're shooting for. So you want it to be tough, but you can learn and get better at the game. And that's a core part of the game. Since it's a strategy roguelike, you'll have to draft different units and different cards every time. That gives you concrete choices of what to take. So whether you go with a knight this time, or see these guys, they have cool power swords, or you go with the other units in the game, how you play each run is up to you. As you can see, tons of different units here: Arbalest, Bell Maiden, Bombardier. These are all just some of the units. Actually, they're all in the demo, so feel free to try them out. In order to succeed well in combat, there's a lot to our combat systems. This is not your ordinary card game. You've seen your card battlers, right? But in this one, there's a lot of intricacy in battle. There's front rows and back rows. There's just different, you can stagger your enemies, knock them down, and do critical damage against them. There's lots of little crunchy gameplay mechanics. And we try not to handhold too much. It goes kind of into a difficulty point. Yeah. We don't want to make it a game where you kind of get this hard tutorial that tells you, hey, you got to do this and you got to do that. It trains the player to not have to think about hey, I really got to think these things through when the game just kind of pushes you along. So we try to make sure that it was as much of a pure experience for you as possible. You just get to experience and learn at your own speed.
Yeah. Really cool. I really like the art style, too. And like so much work has gone into the juicing up the menus. Holy shit.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is insane.
And a huge shout out to our art team. You know, we have actually out of our 10-person studio, we have 7 artists. So the ratio of art to non-art is huge.
That's very interesting because it's always like, depending what type of game you make, you sort of need to make those like decisions as like how many artists that need to work on it.
Absolutely. I think once you go to a 3D game, I don't know if you know the behind the scenes of game dev, but once you add on a 3D team, you need a art director, a character artist or environment artist, then you need an animator, a VFX artist, and just listing through things, tech artist. Your team instantly explodes the second you go into 3D art. If you're only doing 2D art, you can keep it a lot smaller. So
You guys do kind of both because you've got a lot of UI elements as well and like the cards themselves and stuff like that. So
we try.
Yeah.
I think it helps that there's such a red thread with the game. I think our art director is actually Alex Nikonov. He used to work at Riot Games as a senior character artist and environment concept artist, basically. And I think his style, like, he's really come into his own with this project of just, hey, go wild, make it feel alive. And when I said red thread, I mean there's sort of a target we go towards for the world building and the art style. So as long as we keep that in mind, we can build whatever we want in there as long as it follows that sort of, everything has that look to it.
Gotcha. So we talked about units a little bit. You talked about combat system, or did you do that?
We should dive into combat. I know I rambled a little bit about combat, but you should see what the combat looks like.
Yeah.
You go on expeditions where you retrieve resources to bring it back to the city. These combats will look very different. There's different enemies at every single one, and I think the twist here in our game is you actually get to choose which units to send every single time.
Right.
So you're not just bringing your whole deck with you. Each unit has its own deck of cards. So you'll get to decide which units to bring that will help you defeat these specific enemies. So as you can see, the enemies have intents. You can actually react to what they do every single turn. Whether you dodge them, defend against them, or stagger them, these are all different tools in your arsenal to deal with the enemies because the enemies are way stronger than you. They'll just deal more damage, have more hit points. So you have to use every strategic advantage in your favor. If you're a fan of tactical games, we have a lot of these aspects. We have positioning between a front zone and a back zone. Your units that are in front zone are prioritized for enemy attacks. So you can tactically move things to either dodge attacks or taunt enemies, basically.
Really cool. And I think it's a really cool, interesting element where all the units sort of have their own decks, sort of.
Yeah.
And you can upgrade like which decks or cards you bring in with units, or how does it work again?
Exactly. Not only do you get to decide which units to take, you get to choose which cards they learn.
Yeah.
And you can upgrade those cards, get perks for them, and those just carry on throughout that descent, basically, that run.
Cool.
Lots of options for you.
And then I guess, what was her name? Ava, what would you call it? Is it like a guardian or?
Yeah, so she projects herself onto the battlefield as a sort of like bright, glowing goddess. People have called her lots of different names. Glowing hologram lady.
Yeah.
Or I saw some wild ones. I won't say it on stream.
Yeah.
But it's
because she's sort of like a unit as well. When you
Exactly.
play. So it's like a constant unit that's always there.
Yeah. She's always in the city, but she projects a version of herself to help you on the battlefield. And that manifests itself through something called favor. Favor is something you gain in the city, but you bring it with you on the battle, and you have to really ration it out. If you're used to like energy systems in other games, in our game, you only get to restore your energy when you're outside of battle. So you really got to be careful with how you spend your favor.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I've enjoyed playing this, but I've died so many times.
Yeah. We can see some of the enemies that will defeat you. So if we go into the encounters, the bosses, and weak points, you'll see, they'll just destroy your lantern. They'll crush your forces. In order to succeed, you have to pick the right strategies and the right units. So.
Cool. So we talked about that stuff. such a good. I'm a perfect host because we have like a list of things that we're going through here. Make sure that you catch all the talking points here.
Of course.
But yeah, the vault. Tell me about the vault.
Exactly. So the vault is the thing you protect. You have a city within a vault. And every single time you lose, you actually get to the unlock screen where you get to configure the vault. So this is actually the vault configuration screen where you get to decide exactly how the vault is configured. You can increase the difficulty, you can change the units you can unlock, you can even change the starting setup. So whether you like a very hard game or a very like story-driven narrative game, these are all available to you through the vault unlock screen, basically, where you get to customize things. Thematically, this is you being the vault engineer that set things up, and you're staging it for future humanity.
Gotcha. Really cool. When I first played this game, I had such a hard time understanding like how everything worked, and then I played it through once, and I was like, oh, okay, now I get it.
And I was like, I'm going to die. Like, this is not going to turn out well.
Sometimes the knowledge hurts. I've actually heard that some people, once they start overthinking it or they played enough and they think they figured it out, it actually makes the game harder because now they're overthinking every decision. So
right.
that can definitely happen.
I guess that's like part of these type of games where when you finally, because I got that experience. I got that exact same experience when I was playing it. Because like when I was getting to the end of my session, I was like, oh, now I get it. And it's like, oh, now I realize how many dumb mistakes I've made. But I guess that's kind of part of it, right?
Exactly. So that's the fun of mastering this kind of roguelike strategy game. So there's tons to do. However you want to play, this kind of game supports it, and that's why we enjoy it so much. It is like a strategy sandbox where you get to choose. Even if you don't love some aspect of it, whether it's the cards or the city, I think it's the type of game that you can come back to and enjoy in your relaxing time, basically, to make hard decisions.
Really cool. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to evolve over time, or like
It'll be fun.
Yeah. So make sure to play the demo.
Yes.
Go download it now. Now. Go.
Thank you so much. It's live on Steam. Demo. Either page, our page, as we descend demo page, it's all good.
Yeah.
So play the demo now. We've given you lots more tools, so hopefully you'll win. You can tell me if you don't win. You can come in the Discord and complain when you're like, the game's too hard, nerf things. So it's all good.
Really cool. All right. Next up, we're going to check out some stuff from Valheim. So let's see what's cooking there. Ooh, very mysterious. All right, so I'm joined by Pete from Iron. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. I'm joined by Josephine and Jonathan.
Yeah. Hi.
So glad you could make it.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Of course.
We pretty close.
Yes.
Iron is like
I don't know, 100 meters?
Yeah, but it's a little bit different here this time. There's wires going everywhere and like tons of people here.
oh, we have wires all the time in our office. Like,
I guess so, yeah.
We have such
That's why you know so much.
Yeah, such an annoying big office. Anyways, yeah, so welcome. We're going to talk about Valheim, and we're going to talk about what we just saw. Very mysterious. What did we
you just saw
witness?
was a teaser trailer for our Bog Witch update, which is something that's coming fairly soon.
Yeah.
And there is a longer version of that trailer, but you'll have to wait until it hits the public test branch before you get to see that.
What a tease. So for people who have not played Valheim, could you give me like a quick elevator pitch of like what Valheim is all about? For the two people that watch the stream that don't know what Valheim is.
Yeah, what do we say? I don't know.
Viking adventure game with crafting and exploration?
Yeah, for up to 10 players. So play with friends or play it by yourself,
Yeah.
I'd say. So, yeah.
Build a base, defeat monsters, gain the glory of the Allfather.
Very nice. Very cool. All right, so yeah, let's talk about what's in this update. Do you want to kick it
Yeah,
off?
so I mean, while we're working on Deep North, which is what everybody wants, obviously, it's in pre-production. So we've also been working on this smaller update, which is going to come, like we said, within a few weeks, I think, without setting an exact, like whenever we feel it's ready, it's going to be out on the public test branch. And it's going to be like a smaller update that has things that I think a lot of people are going to appreciate, though.
It is going to feature the Bog Witch, the eponymous. She is a trader, and you can buy some stuff from her, which will let you do more things, including make feasts.
Yeah, so feasts are like food level 2, kind of like you can combine lots of different stuff and make it look a lot nicer. You can place foods on the tables directly. You don't need to use these item stands for everything anymore. And the
so
feasts
much fun.
are so much better. You can and they can put up the feasts, which are huge, and they can be eaten multiple times by
And they last longer too.
And they last much longer. Yeah. So the stats are a little bit different, but I think people appreciate that you can be out on adventure a lot longer with them. So.
Very cool.
Yeah, and you can also make potions from the ingredients that she sells.
Yeah, a lot of new potions, some of them more special than others. Like might be a love potion in there for those who are interested. I'm not going to spoil more than that, but...
That's for discovery.
Yeah, could be, yeah. And also, I think one of the big things in this update is we're adding a few skills to the game, which have been like asked from the community for forever. For farming and cooking and crafting, or building, basically, which yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players who are not always out in combat, doing all the different weapons and stuff. They're staying home in the base, and they want to get some sort of an edge on, like, they've been farming forever, so they want to have a skill for that. So that's something that we've been thinking about for a long time, not quite figuring out how we can implement that in a good way, but I think we found something that we're quite happy with. So
very cool.
Yeah.
I just had a random question. I gotta get this out of my head. Is the Bog Witch based on some like real mythological thing, or?
No, I think she's mostly based on one type of creature that we already have in the game. I guess it's safe to say. It was Robin, our colleague, who did the main design for her. I think he just wanted to go off and design a cool creature.
Yeah, yeah, I would say that too. Yeah.
Very cool. So we talked about potions. We talked about feasts. Is there anything else?
Yeah, like one more thing for the, I think one of the nice things, there's some quality of life stuff basically coming in. We split up, like we added a prep table, so there's not as many recipes in the cauldron. There's also going to be like for another crafting station for all the meads. And also, like, you can craft multiple things at a time, which I know has been a huge feature request many times. And also, we have one new item, which is the scythe, which is that you can farm multiple items at a time, so you don't have to click every single one.
Which is highly requested.
Highly requested. And, yeah, so this is more like a small update. Obviously, there's going to be people who will be like, oh, Deep North won, but I think a lot of other players will appreciate what's in it.
Yeah.
And we should also just say that this hasn't taken that much time away from the Deep North development. This is, I wouldn't say in any percentage, but heavily like a graphic-based update. It's basically a lot of visual assets with a bit of programming behind it to create this update.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you can't have the entire team just jump over straight. We need to go through pre-production, plan out a lot of stuff, and do a lot of tests. So this is basically something. Give the players some content that a lot of people have been wanting for a long time, and so that some of the developers have something to do while waiting for Deep North stuff. So yeah, and which we'll talk more about later, I think too.
Yeah, you stole my little cue here.
Don't steal his segues.
But we will talk more about this stuff because you guys are in early access right now, but you are gearing towards that 1.0.
Yep.
And I can tell you from experience that it is the hardest stretch. It's a rough stretch, but you guys will get there soon, and it's going to be great. But we'll talk more about that later in the stream. We'll talk more about Deep North, and we'll talk more about like 1.0 and sort of what work goes into that stuff. I think it's going to be super good. Yeah.
Looking forward to come back.
Yeah. There was one question I had in chat that I wanted to call out, but I already forgot what it was.
So nice to watch this.
So what I was going to say was that I at least in our game, we tend to find that like these quality of life stuff tends to be more valuable than what we think, especially in these like type of games where there's a lot of like building and there's a lot of like, you know, just adding the scythe could be a thing where people are like, it's a completely different game now. Yeah. You know, that small things sometimes means a lot for like your playstyle and.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a huge improvement for those who want to stay back in the base, and they're actually going to feel like that's something that's rewarded in a different way now.
Yeah. But it's also a hard balance there because like there's definitely a list of 100 things that we could do that would like say make the game easier and like a good tool, but we don't want to change everything either. Like we do want to have a certain amount of inventory management, and like it's also part of the kind of core experience of the game. So I think it's hard sometimes to choose what quality of life stuff goes in or what is like actually like removing you from playing the game.
Yeah, it's hard because you don't want to, you know, make it so you optimize away the fun of the game. And quality of life stuff tends to have that effect sometimes.
Yeah, I'm actually I haven't played, I mean, I played Satisfactory a few years ago, but I'm really happy to play like at 1.0 now, which I haven't done yet, to see like, okay, what did
it's garbage. Don't worry about it. The game is still the same. It's still garbage. Cool. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys will be back.
Yeah, see you later.
We'll talk more with the crew behind Valheim. Yeah. But right now, I've got another couch waiting, and I'm going to have to get there real quick because it's really far away. Here I go running.
Run.
Yeah. Oh, here I go running. So.
Oh, it's very, very impressive.
I mean, the cardio.
on you.
Give me a minute. I need to breathe.
What you guys don't know is that he trains every day. You just see him running.
You just see the
crazy.
floating face things on your videos, but this is the real.
This is not fake.
Holy shit.
Not fake at all. Yeah. It's. You're not even sweating.
You don't know that.
What?
That's why I said it so far away.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
So I was trying to be inviting here. But
So I'm joined by Carl and Anders from Lava Potion.
from Lava Potion. Yeah.
That's
Hi.
us.
I almost brain farted away the name of your studio.
What were you about to say?
No, don't worry about it.
Absolutely perfect. Now it is a tricky name. We get you.
No, it's a really good name. I really like your logo. Is so good. By the way,
It's not here.
I got it.
Oh, you got it. Oh, good.
I love that logo. It's so good. And
Yeah, this is the game.
yeah, and we're homies because we're both in Gothenburg. So yeah.
Gothenburg.
So yeah, Songs of Conquest.
Yes.
You guys are working on Songs of Conquest for
Forever.
7 years.
Yeah. 7 beautiful years.
Yes, beautiful years. No problems.
Yeah.
No.
Smooth.
No callbacks.
So for anyone who hasn't heard of this game before,
Yeah.
tell us about it.
I'll do a super quick little elevator pitch.
Yep.
Because, I mean, regardless, you're going to look it up if it interests you, so just because there's going to be more news there. Songs of Conquest is a turn-based adventure strategy game where you gather forces, build up your settlements, wage war against others, either, the other players or the lovely AI. It's a friendly AI, really. It's a good-natured one.
If you set it to friendly.
Yeah, if you set it to
Like what
friendly.
we say, like if you set it to fair, it's fair.
Yeah, but if it's worthy, it's worthy. You wield magic, very fantasy creatures. You wield magic in new and cool ways, according to us.
Yeah.
Innovating.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
And that was the short pitch. And then Carl's going to do the longer one.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that kind of stands out about a game is like the magic system, where you get to do different magic depending on what kind of troops you do. You're like, if you want to do destructive magic, you need to bring troops that give you destruction and so on.
I'm just going to say that chat is talking about laser crabs.
There's no laser crabs.
Laser crabs?
There are no.
That sounds awesome.
It does, doesn't it?
That needs to be a faction that needs to happen.
We have exciting news. Those news are not laser crabs.
But yeah, we're here to talk about a new faction.
Yeah,
that
we
you
are.
added to the game. Yeah.
And they don't have laser crabs, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, bummer. But we are, and that's what we're seeing now. So this is our upcoming DLC, actually. So this is our fifth faction that's coming, and this is Vanir. And Vanir is very, very like inspired by Norse and Vikings and all the folklore around that we have up here in the beautiful north, like Bekkahäst. Or the trolls, the kind of trolls that we have here, or like varulv, werewolves, and like the different shifting sort of curses that we have. So, like always in our factions, it's a mix between like a human element and a fantastical element. And here, the human element is sort of Viking-inspired, and the fantastical element is very like Nordic fairy tale inspired.
And there's a mix between sort of fantasy Vikings and proper historical Vikings.
Yeah.
Because we kind of like both.
Yeah.
But in different ways.
Yeah.
Because there's a bunch of history buffs at the office, but not all of that sort of follows nicely into a game.
Yeah.
So we sort of focus more on the fantasy, cool mythology, Hollywood.
That's sort of how you make it your own.
Yeah.
Finding that good like balance of it.
Furs on shoulders, no horns on helmets.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
other than that, peak Vikings.
So was it just like the fact that Viking stuff is cool that drew you to like wanting to make a faction about Vikings, or like?
This was just like when we started making the game, we actually had like 10 factions on the go.
Yeah.
And then we started like picking the ones, and this was the fifth one, the one that didn't like make it. And it was basically because I mean, we're also like fans of Vikings in a way because we kind of grew up with them.
Yeah.
In a way, and then also like.
I'm going to quote you on that. I grew up with Vikings.
I did. And then the mix between like in those kind of fairy tales that we have that aren't like
Cute.
No, they're sort of evil.
Yeah. And like our game doesn't really have that much evil. I mean, even we have necromancers, but they're kind of the good guys.
They are. They
I mean, good
Yeah.
necromancers,
Yeah.
but parts of the Vanir culture is definitely...
Gotta break the stereotypes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it is.
They
It's
can be good.
Yeah, no, but
so
necromancers, what they do, they trying to bring back the people who knew how to make good stuff.
Yeah.
See?
So they need to.
But with Vanir, we're sort of breaking that theme, with the parts of Vanir, the Vildra are definitely on the more evil aspects.
Absolutely.
Like the Becca horse, or Becca is.
Yeah, and then a part of like sort of like unique thing for this faction is the humans, the Vanir. Usually in our game, you can upgrade your units and they become like a more powerful version of what you already had.
Gotcha.
Like you go from a footman to a shield of order and they get like a bigger shield and a bigger sword and, you know, more resistance and they're better. But a thing in this DLC with the Vanir, when you upgrade specifically the humans, they actually turn into Vildra. They turn into a different unit.
We got some unit stuff loaded up, ready to go. We'll show parts of
Take
that.
a look at like, so here you got, this is Huskarl, which is like one of our like basic Viking units. They start out with a spear, and what they can do is they can throw the spear once, and then they draw their sword. So they're like a one-time range unit, and then they fight with their sword, and they're like, that's a pretty exciting little thing you can do with them. But otherwise, they're pretty like basic, normal unit. But then
I'm going to show something super impressive.
Okay.
They turn into, let's see if they're ready for this. They turn into this.
They turn.
I mean, nailed it. Nailed it.
They turn into something called a Korpfan, which is, I mean, basically it's a were-raven. So that's all part of like the Norse mythology. Like you get cursed and you turn into different sort of animal forms. So we kind of went with that. So we have one unit that turns into sort of like a were-raven and one that turns into like a were-bear. We didn't go with a werewolf because...
No, I mean, done.
It was done.
People are going to expect things from wolves. But from bears, I mean, it's only going to be certain like Dungeons and Dragons sort of not lore guys who really nailed into it.
Yeah. So the thing is like once you do Korpfan, they're just like a completely different unit. They don't do the same thing as Huskarl did. They switch there since they become a different unit, and that's a new thing, and it's kind of like I've been, we've been playtesting it, and the only thing right now is like sometimes you just upgrade a thing because you're just kind of like clicking away in a turn-based game sometimes, and then you're like, oh, I didn't mean, now I have, now they're all ravens.
Yeah.
Oh well.
And part of our tactics is that there's like little tags for all troops.
Yeah.
Human or beast or Vildra, stuff like that. And with Vanir especially, it's going to be super important what you choose.
Yeah, you can kind of stay true to like your human side, and then you won't have that many troops, but there's ways of like buffing the specific humans up and try to like fight the change.
And you know what's cool about Vanir?
Yes.
There's that was like a leading. Okay.
What's cool about Vanir, Anders?
Carl, it's that we're coming this winter.
Yeah, they're coming in the winter. They're coming in December.
Yeah, we thought winter is a very nice way to introduce sort of a Nordic Viking faction.
Yeah.
We got some more units, right?
We do, yeah. We got Lyktven. They look a little bit like Santa Claus because they do,
That's
right?
not the Santa Claus I'm
No, it's evil Santa.
Yeah.
But they are based on like the Swedish old like Santa specific like tomte. And then mixed in with evilness.
Santa but evil.
Yeah.
I love that how you guys were before like, no, everything's good, don't worry about it. And now when Santa comes out, it's like, oh, Santa's evil. Yeah, screw Santa.
Yeah. So in Vanir, like you actually have like evil beings, which are the Vildra.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's take a look at
the
last one here.
Our last little unit. And and this one is, I mean, for those who kinda are into trolls, with not the internet kind, but the other kind. We've got, we have some very strong. We kind of love certain special artists. And they turn into stone when they die. Because that's how trolls are supposed to do.
Yes.
Sadly, no sunlight, but like when
they just do that.
So our game is, like, for those who didn't see it, our game is a lovely pixel game. That is, like, I forgot to mention that unique selling point in the sales pitch.
Well, people saw it.
Yeah, they saw it. It was
We're all
perfect.
more show.
Yeah, it is.
So thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Go running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually, I won't need to because there will be plenty of time for me to move over to the next segment because we're going to move over from Vikings
Yeah.
to dinosaurs.
Yeah.
That's a natural. That's a segue, right?
Plenty of time.
Yeah.
You're pro.
So let's check out a little trailer involving some dinos.
Let's look at it.
We didn't think the Viking raids could get any worse. The Danes are coming! You, a lord of England, must tame the land. Establish a thriving village and keep it supplied as it grows. Construct fortifications and build a mighty castle. Train your forces and prepare to man the ramparts. For our enemies have harnessed an ancient terror. In this world of steel and scale, only the bravest leaders, the ones who can defend their strongholds, the ones who can raise an army, the ones who can fight together, will be known as Dino Lords. Wishlist now on Steam.
There we go. Look at that. Wow, that's really cool. I love the dinosaur with the shields.
Yeah.
That was baller.
Yeah, it looks like a Viking ship turned upside down.
Yeah. So I am joined on the couch by Mikael, Ulrich, and Katra. Welcome.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Dang excited.
Yeah.
Where are you guys from?
Denmark.
Denmark, yeah.
Yes, of course.
So you've traveled across vast distances.
This 5.5 hours.
Yeah. Is that long?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I thought it was closer.
No.
Yeah, we're here to talk about Dino Lords.
Yeah, we are.
Games.
Do you want me to pitch you the game? Is that my
What is
cue?
Dino Lords all about? Can you tell me?
Yeah, yes, I can. So it's, as you all saw, it's a historically accurate game. It's a real-time strategy game mixed with an action role-playing game, an ARPG, set in medieval England. You play as the Lord, and you are invaded by Danes riding dinosaurs, just as you remember in history
Yeah,
class.
it's right. Yeah. I can relate to this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Very cool.
Cool.
Yeah, and you're calling it a hack and strat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying. I mean, it's always difficult when you're trying to do something new. Like you gotta have a word, gotta have something to hang that code on.
Yeah, because people keep calling it like Age of Empires, but with dinosaurs. But we're trying to make so much more than just Age of Empires with dinosaurs. And we've been trying a lot of like new genre words, and none of it sticks. And then we finally, I think our colleague nailed it. Hack and strat is what we're calling it.
Yeah.
We're gonna smash like hack and slash and the strategy game together, and hopefully we're gonna make a really fun baby with dinosaurs and Vikings.
Yeah. I can relate to that because it's always hard to like pitch your game and make it. Oh, so it's just this? No, that's not.
Look, maybe I can explain a bit further. So the hack part of the hack and strat refers a lot to how you control the game. So like with a typical hack and strat game, you can use WASD to move around, and you can play as the Lord character, participate in the battles yourself, swing your sword, shoot your bow, dodge out of the way in between the T-Rex's legs, and like dodge arrows as you see them coming and stuff like that. That's all the hack and slash part. But then for the real-time strategy part that we want to like, oh, you're already like extremely occupied fighting yourself. How are you also going to control other units and stuff? And the way that we are trying to solve it is what we call the warband system. In the sense that you just, instead of like box selecting and telling units specifically where to go and stuff like that, you just hold down a button, paint over your units, they come to you, they join you, they're part of your warband. You just paint over, you hold down a button.
We have some footage,
over the
right?
attacks.
Yeah, so let's check. We have some B-roll.
Yeah, with some B-roll. Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
This is what you're talking about.
Yeah, as I said, WASD, move around, do your thing, play normally. You get to fight yourself, slash down the Viking.
The ship had
Cool.
capsized.
That guy's dead.
You guys get it, right? That's,
Right.
This part of the game, I think, is very self-explanatory.
But so for the strategy part, there you go. You just, instead of like doing the box selecting, you just swipe over your units, they come for you, you hold down a move button, please attack them, and they go and do your things. If you look down in the bottom right, you see abilities. Some of the abilities are actually orders for your units. So you can tell your swordsman to like do a charge in, and that instead of like in place of normal abilities that you do in like a hack and slash game. So that's like the
abilities for your lord that he can use. You can do a jump attack, but you can also tell all your archers with an ability on cooldown. Oh, shoot here and it'll rain an arrow volley at that position.
So you get to fight like crazy and do unit tactics as well.
And is it like, do you pick which lord you want to play as, or is it like set to a campaign, or like how does that work?
So we want to do a campaign. I think people that love these sort of strategy games, they want a linear campaign to play through. But we're also doing lots of like replayable content with randomized events. So that's something we work on. We don't really have classes in the game. What we have is like this sort of gradual unlocking of different items that you produce in your town. I think we have some footage of the city building aspect of it.
I'm really curious about that.
So on top of course all the hacking and slashing part, we also have a classic castle sim here where you make a village, you have to set up a resource supply chains.
Very 90s inspired.
Oh, very much, but everything that your villagers can do, you can also do as the lord. So you get to participate in all these things. You can hurry up if you're a lord of the people. You can hurry things up, and all the resources are simulated in the world. So a piece of wood that you chop down will take its way to the stockpile, go to the Fletcher to be turned into
count them in the stockpile.
be turned into a bow. And that bow will go into the hands of an archer. So you get this like we usually call it like a little anthill simulation,
like a life cycle of like where everything goes.
Circle of life.
And don't forget, you're running in the middle of all of it. You can do all the jobs that the workers can do too, right? You help chop down the trees, build the buildings, maybe even make the bow yourself.
So sometimes in an RTS game, you're like, I want this over here. Come on, units, do your thing. And you can, in this game, you can be like, screw it, I'll do it myself. And you go to
take it out, I'll do it myself.
Here, take it, start working.
Because I think this aspect definitely doesn't look like Age of Empires.
No, for sure.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you.
It's not Age of Empires.
It's not Age of
Empires. Great game, by the way.
But I feel like we've kind of like dancing around the porch or whatever the term. Like,
oh yeah, for sure.
What about the dinosaurs? Goddamn dinosaurs.
So obviously, you're going to be able to ride the dinosaurs. Like you will become the Dino Lord. So here we are riding on a raptor, riding on all the different dinosaurs have different abilities. You're fighting the Ankylosaurus, who can swing its tail. It can mow down a lot of units. You don't want your units getting too close to that. The raptor, it can jump up. It can actually jump up on the wall where your archers are, and it can just start throwing them off and eating them. And of course we have the big guy, the T-Rex. He just went down there. He's the big bag unit. He doesn't care about your wall. He can just smash through your wall.
Oh, right.
They won't last long, and the enemy armies will be pouring in. So you want your archers on the wall to shoot it down as fast as they can before it gets inside, because when it gets inside, it's mayhem. It destroys all your houses.
And are like the dinosaurs, like how do you like get the dinosaurs? Are they like cultivated in your base, or?
So we have this system where you go and steal eggs. You go to fight mommy and daddy dinosaur. You grab the eggs. You cultivate them in your hatchery. And then you use those to create your own mounts, but also, of course, mounted units will have, jousting knights on raptors.
So there's like there's an element of like exploration as well, where you're like finding new dinosaurs that you want to harvest and like
exactly.
Very clear. Yeah, really cool. So if this sounds interesting, you guys should definitely wishlist this game. It's on Steam right now.
Oh, here, wishlist. Go wishlist it right now.
You know what to do.
Yeah, it's also, if you go to the website, you'll also get a direct link to the Steam page. It's up now. Go wishlist, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having.
Thank you for having us.
I was going to say, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And we're going to pass the baton over to Kevin outside in the main hall, and we're going to do a little bit of squish time. So let's see what Kevin's got cooking.
Hello, we are here in the main hall for this or that. I want to first introduce the format, so if we can pull down the bracket on screen, then we can jump into talking about it. Basically, we got people to elect their coolest character. Where were the things? Production, sound. Okay, this or that. It's the Fall Invitational bracket. We got 16 of the best and coolest creatures. You're gonna have to vote, chat. 1 or 2. Hey, there it is. So this build, this or that, 2024 Fall Season Invitational. We got the first round here. I'm gonna list off all the things first. Lizard Doggo versus Dr. Jackson. Working for DRG versus Leloy. Fuzzy Grub and Spine Friend. Swine and Neck. Steve versus Seagull, and Dice versus Troll from Valheim, Veneer Troll versus Loot Bug, and Wastespin versus Viking Ship. We are going to determine a winner tonight here. All right, we've started off. So get ready to type 1 or 2 in chat. If we bring up the thing, we will start to make a case for each of these, basically. All right, this or that. Lizard Doggo. To vote for Lizard Doggo, you got to type 1 in chat. To vote for Dr. Jackson, you got to type 2 in chat. So we're going to make a case first for why you should vote for each of these, and then run it for 45 seconds and determine a winner. Oh, you're already in chat. You got to go. Okay. Let's go. You got 10 seconds.
Holy shit, do I even need to? If you keep voting for Lizard Doggo, I will promise more Lizard Doggo content in the very near future.
All right, to you.
Okay, Lizard Doggo is cute, but Dr. Jackson is way more well-equipped than most other things around here. Also, he likes to cuddle even more.
Come on, don't just vote for the game where you're here for. Come on, you got it. You got to vote for the underdog. You got to be in this. Come on. But really, these two are awesome. Anything else about Dr. Jackson?
Well, there's a lot of Dr. Jackson in the game. You know, he will just up and cuddle your corpse. So that's a thing.
It is very cuddly. It looks so cute. Just look at it. Wouldn't you vote for Dr. Jackson?
I don't know if I would cuddle it necessarily, but it is...
It wants to give you a hug.
Like, you want to appreciate it from a distance, you know? Maybe.
Oh my goodness, no, but get out of here. All right, chat. 3, 2, 1. Lizard Doggo is the winner. Thanks, chat. You decided. You chose the winner here. Have any words?
Delighted. Happy to go on to the next round.
Thank you for the match.
All right, we're gonna go through 4 rounds straight away. So this is just round 1. We'll move on to round 2. All right, round 2. I actually don't know what's on round 2. I need to break out my bracket. Okay, working for DRG and Leloy from I think it was Nabo neighbor. Yes. All right, let's do this. All right, same deal as before. To vote for working for DRG, you type 1 in chat, and to vote for Leloy, type 2 in chat. All right, we'll start here with you first, Katarina.
Okay, so Leloy is actually a demon in disguise. She will keep your neighbors out of your yard.
Nice. What about working for DRG?
Thanks, Kevin. Did you know that 4 out of 4 surveyed dwarves say they enjoy working for Deep Rock Galactic? This is a company that puts people before profits, and it's a company you can work at for the rest of your life.
Well, that sounds very corporate. Was that scripted?
No. Kevin, this is something authentic. Man, you think I would make this up?
No, we got here live.
Leloy is my boss's dog. Please vote for her.
Please, otherwise the people will suffer. You gotta vote for the dog.
Yeah, she's very, very cute, but she can also be very scary. Please, and she is pettable. You can pet her. Please.
Can you pet working for DRG?
No, but Kevin, you don't have to worry about confusing things like vacation days or your pension plan. All you gotta do is focus on the work, man.
Wow, it's easy.
We love Leloy, please.
You decide, chat. 3, 2, 1. It was closer this time. So.
Yes! Well, folks, online you can apply at Deep Rock Galactic. No credentials needed. We'll send you to space, but we won't ship you back.
Nice. You heard it here first. So, welcome.
Sorry, David.
Better luck next time. All right, moving. Working for DRG moves the next round. All right. The next 2. They got Fuzzy Grub and Spine Friend. You two are on.
This or that.
Other way. Flip. It's reverse. It's the camera is reverse. Flip. You do it. Cross. Oh my god. You got it. You're good now. Okay. I'm not biased at all. But if you type 1 in chat, you vote for the Fuzzy Grub, and you vote for Spinefriend, you type 2 in chat. So let's go.
It's the softest, fuzziest thing you'll ever find. It loves cuddling with you.
Nice.
The Spinefriend doesn't have any arms, so he needs some votes. He cannot vote himself.
Why doesn't he have arms?
Because he's a fiend. He's a beast. Corruption of the worlds.
Oh, you should feel bad. Look, he even lost his tail.
Doesn't have any way to vote, and he's such a cute little beast.
Okay, we gotta hear more about the grub. What does it turn into? Because it's a grub, right? So it's gotta evolve.
Yes, it's a beautiful moth that it will turn into. A bit bigger than the grub currently. And it's gonna stay around the city as it prefers the non-miasma area.
Yeah, and you feed it like, I don't know, children and worms and things like that. Yeah, this ruins. All right.
But just look at him. Look at his cute eyes. He just wants a hug. He just wants like love for you.
Hug him.
Yeah, exactly. He's
all right, we're getting more votes every time. Good, thank you, chat. All right, Fuzzy God moves on. Thanks, Torbjorn. Appreciate it. We tried. You have dice in the bracket as well, so not knocked out yet. All right, we got the next round. Swine, neck,
This
swine, neck,
or
swine, neck,
that.
swine, neck, swine, other way. Flip, swine, neck, swine. You're swine. One.
I'm 1.
Swine 1.
The neck.
2.
The neck is number 2, yes.
Yes. All right, let's go.
The neck is green, it is cute, it is aquatic, and it has lily pads all over its body, so you should definitely vote for it.
That was a convincing argument. What about you?
Well, the swine will kill your enemies, and after that you'll get a nice, tasty snack.
It's a loyal swine, and you just butcher it. How could you? Why would you do that?
Because it's related to Sarimner, the old swine of the gods.
Poor swine.
Divine swine. Divine swine.
Okay, what about the neck? Is it also divine?
No, but it's very cute, and if you kill it, you can eat its tail for a grilled barbecue. It's really nice.
Sounds tasty.
And it's also adorable, and it has an evolved version, which is called the Asksvin, which is even more badass, but it's not in this bracket. So you just judge it by the neck, because it's cute.
Very cool. Well, does the swine evolve too?
It does, into an evil, like leech-driven swamp version.
What? How does that work?
Evil magic, of course.
But I thought you said it was good swine.
I lied.
That's why you eat it. Yeah. We. You gotta help your swine.
Well, they called my lies, so it looks like congratulations on that. Well done.
Neck moves on. All right, that was our first 4. Thank you so much. Yes, we're all good. Thank you so much for the first 4 this or that. We'll have more, so there's plenty more in stock. If you want to follow your favorite winners, whether it's the neck or the Working for DRG, stay tuned. If you want to buy time, should I keep...
Yes, Josephine is supposed to be on this segment, so she had to like...
Yeah, she's running, just like in the other video.
Yeah, she made it. She's getting all propped up. So, we're back on the couch, and I'm just going to stall a little bit so Josephine gets a chance to get back in. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's really nice. I like the show.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I heard this, the voting thing was coded in the night.
Yeah, Carl, one of the organizers for this event, made...
Why didn't you make me a cool graphic like you have when you're running?
Yeah, we should have done that, actually. Yeah.
Just have it live.
Yeah, no, Carl made the whole thing for that voting thing just like last night.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Also pretty risky though. But
yeah.
So you could probably find an exploit. Go find it.
This is
you know how you do in Valheim. So go ahead.
This is sort of what it is like to sort of set up these like sort of events. It's like everything's coming down to the wire. I'm joined again by Josephine and Jonathan.
Yeah.
We're here to talk more Valheim.
Yeah.
I'm a little out of breath, so I'll be with you.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about we kind of teased about it in the last segment where we talked about 1.1. Sorry,
Not yet.
I got everything mixed up.
Deep North.
1.0.
1.0.
Deep North.
Yeah.
Exciting times.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's really exciting. I mean, it's been the whole journey from early access and finally going to go to 1.0. And I know everybody's are like, oh, it's never going to happen. They're taking all their time, but it's been a fairly clear development cycle where we have like the big 3 biomes that we're going to finish. So Deep North is going to be 1.0, obviously, and there's also going to be a whole lot of, like a lot of other stuff that we're going to try to get in there. So besides the actual biome, there's definitely a lot of other stuff that we're working on. That's going to try to get that in there too.
Yeah. And you sort of learned from your previous biomes, like how to make this one, or you look like I don't know if you did.
I mean, it's always that kind of the design philosophy that we kind of have. What would Black Forest do that we've been going for? So it's doing that again, but make it Deep Northy.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to be a bit different. For Deep North. I know that a lot of people have different thoughts about Ashlands, and we're actually going to talk more about Ashlands later, I think. But for Deep North, we're going for a little bit different, tone it down a little bit, try to make it nice and cozy again. One of the things that we had is the idea of making a Christmas card. It's definitely going to be difficult. Don't get us wrong there. There's going to be hard parts, but it's probably a little bit more laid back, so you can relax a little bit more in the game.
A final breather before the very end of the game.
Yeah, you could say that. So,
but
yeah, I mean, there's
still an endgame biome very much. So.
Yeah. There will be a lot of difficult monsters and boss definitely for that. So.
Nice.
Hopefully, it'll feel like a 1.0, like not just like another biome, and by the way, it's also done. We do have some cool things that we're going to try to get in there. We're going to look through the rest of the game for a bit. Not change too much because it's definitely a working recipe, but try to add a little bit of spice here and there. For the rest of the game as well.
Yeah. We'll talk a little bit more about that stuff in the next segment, where we'll be having sort of a roundtable discussion with a bunch of games, talking about like what it's like working games for 1.0 and early access and that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was the sort of design decisions like the major design decisions that went into Deep North?
It's still going on, and we're very much not done yet.
They're definitely being made as we speak, kind of. I mean, we're still in our pre-production, very soon going over to main full production on it. So there's been a lot of different ideas. There's different ways to go, and we're definitely not there on all those points yet. So.
And that's also why we haven't shared anything publicly, like any visuals from the Deep North yet, because it is very much pre-production, and we don't want to show something that would end up not getting into the game, since it's very much still in the design phase.
Yeah.
But soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
But there's also other things like something that a lot of people ask for, like achievements and possibly mod support and things like that go into that are like kind of meta game parts of it, but that are also needed for the like Xbox and stuff. And definitely it's coming to Steam then as well.
Yeah.
So I think hopefully it'll be a good 1.0 and that people will appreciate it. And then that being said, I mean, 1.0 is 1.0. As you guys know, Satisfactory. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's all of it.
It's the end of it, no.
But then we at least feel done with the base game, the original experience. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You have a talking point that's just difficulty.
Difficulty.
What is this about?
Oh wow, I don't remember what we were thinking about. But
I think it is very much that the Ashlands is very much a ramp up in difficulty, and we want again to have the Deep North not to be an easy biome, but to still have those like calm moments that you can get to. Like we said, some parts of the Deep North will feel kind of like a Christmas card. Like you can already see now, like in the placeholder that you can see on the B-roll now, it is kind of trees and snow and kind of a calm landscape. And this is still from the Deep North that you can see as a placeholder in the game right now, but it's still gonna have some of that feeling if a lot more fleshed out.
Yeah, and I think one of the things on difficulty there I was thinking about before was like having a bit of an asymmetrical difficulty curve. So the game is not just constantly becoming harder and more grindier in every single biome. Where of course the step from, let's say, Mistlands to Ashlands is definitely a step up in difficulty, and you, as a lot of people have noticed, you get swarmed a lot by enemies. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be like another step up from that.
Gotcha.
More of a parallel step. Difficulty.
Yeah, and I mean
difficult in another way.
Yeah, for sure.
And are you like changing any of the previous biomes?
There are like hopes, I think, of having something new for most biomes. Like nothing major, but at least something everywhere, so that there will be a value in replaying the game from the start, and not just going into play Deep North, but to actually start the game over from like the very beginning. Since it's going to be the 1.0 game, that's going to be like a whole new experience, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, both adding a few things, tweaking a few things, like going over the biomes, like what feedback have we had during like the whole development process? Because even though we always want to work on the next thing, people are still like, oh, when are you going to fix this in this old biome? And there's definitely some thoughts on like.
We have a whole icebox.
Yeah, a very big icebox.
All right. Yeah. So the most important question when it comes to 1.0 that we all get as developers. Yeah. Are you going to add achievements to the game?
Yeah, of course. We will.
What about
achievements? Achievement is definitely going to be on there. So.
Yeah, that better be real good.
I believe.
I know we have a list for that as well, like
Yeah.
potential achievements and what they should entail.
Yeah,
So,
I think we have some good thoughts on achievements, so they're not just going to be there. They're not just going to be there. We're hopefully going to make them good, fairly balanced as well. How did you had a lot on Satisfactory as well? I guess.
How we did, or you?
Yeah.
I don't know. We try to make achievements for everyone, and then the hardcore people were like, the achievements are too easy. We're like, yeah, but everyone plays the I don't know. Some games have like really difficult achievements, and it's all about like finishing the game, but like, you know,
and not have them too grindy, like chop down 10,000 trees or something.
That
would just be boring. So.
Mod support.
Yeah, I mean, we have a ton of mods. I think the modding community is great. We don't have like official mod support yet because that would add a lot of development time for us. Yeah, like every time we patch the game, it definitely breaks a lot of mods. So it's definitely something we're talking about, that we want to have better mod support. Like to what extent? I don't want to promise anything there, but like 2 or like either 2 1.0 or maybe a bit after there. I think looking at better mod support is something that we want to do. I think.
Cool. Is there going to be like a full-on ending to the game, or?
Yeah, there's going to definitely be an ending to the game. So the game will be like you will be able to play from start to finish. There's going to be an ending. It's going to be cool.
You will still have the opportunity to like stay and work on your base that you've spent many hours on, but you will also be able to have that experience of starting the game, playing the game, finishing the game, and getting that satisfying feeling to completing your big quest.
Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah. Really cool. All right. Now is the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was almost going to say like wish list Valheim, but everyone's already bought this game. Like everybody owns it. Who am I kidding? Everyone in this room has it in their library, 100%. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
We're going to move over to the next couch, and we're going to have a little bit of a roundtable discussion. And in order to do that, we have this portal over here. Let's go.
The portal.
That's supposed to be.
We're on the wrong side.
Look at me, I'm coming out the portal.
There we are.
So where do you am I moving?
Yeah.
There we go. I guess this is happening.
Yep. Cozy up. This is another thing that Sam spent way too much time on working on these portals. Anyways, yeah, cool. So I'm joined by a lot of people. Welcome, everyone. So what's going to happen now is we're going to have a little bit of a roundtable discussion talking about sort of early access and 1.0 and like what it means, because we're all working on games that have been in early access. But before we get into that, I'm going to just start introducing the couch. So we got Torbjörn from working on SpellRogue. We got Søren working on Deep Rock Galactic. And we have Carl again from... I almost did it again! From Lava Potion.
Thank you.
Lava Potion. And Jonathan, I don't remember who Jonathan, you work on some other game.
Some small game.
Yeah. And we're going to chat about 1.0 and early access. And the first question that I've always, like, I've been in tons of interviews where people ask me about early access, and I'm always so curious about it. And the first question I always get is like, why make early access? Because it is a little bit of like, early access had a little bit of like a bad rep. So like when you launch into early access, you sort of, you're undertaking something. So like what's your guys' perspective on like getting into early access? I want to start with Torbjörn and see.
Sure, of course. So one of the big advantages for us was just being able to get the game out there to people and actually getting the feedback, because especially our game, it's a roguelike deck builder, so it's just a game where we need a lot of feedback from the players. We need to know what is actually fun. We need to figure out the balance. And just getting a ton of people in there playing the game, it just helps us so much in figuring out design, figuring out the weak points, and again, just balancing the game.
Yeah.
Such an important part of the making a game like ours.
Yeah, so it's like a healthy dose of getting feedback on what you're working on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
How do you? open floor. You guys have any opinions or same thing?
Oh,
no, I felt like you were like
really
inhaling.
No, go ahead.
No, we can't have the same thing. Like we wanted to go into early access because we were like, we're like 3 or 4 months away from being done. We should, we should go into early access and see what the people really want. Because we'd had like alpha test a couple of 100 players, and we were like, oh yeah, it feels pretty good. And then we went into early access, and we're like, oh, okay, let's do this for 2 years then. So, yeah.
But I think that's an interesting point because like 3-4 months before launch, that's pretty late. Like to decide on like going early access.
Because we were like, okay, we have some more time, like a couple more, like some more time, budget-wise and all that, to work on the game.
Yeah.
And we're like, we're not really sure if we're going to focus on this thing or on that thing, so we might as well go early access, open it up, see what people say, and they're like, we want you to work on these things. And we're like, oh, that takes a lot of time, but okay. So
yeah. There's an element of like, because it's the same thing with Satisfactory. Like we didn't decide to go early access until very late. And there's an element of like, this game could be so much bigger, but we don't have the budget to make that game. We have the budget to make this game. Yeah. And we sort of came to a crossroads where it's like, let's try this and see how it works. Because I think a lot of people, like, it's a little bit of the stigma when it comes to early access, right? Because a lot of people...
For us, it was like part of our strategy from the beginning. We really wanted to do the open development route, and then early access was just like fitted so well, right?
Yeah.
So, but 6 years ago now that we launched into early access, and at that point there was not a good rep for early access.
No.
Most of them had never released into 1.0, and people were like, it's just a scam. So we really had an uphill battle trying to convince everybody that we were the good guys here. Yeah. We'll do good.
How did you guys approach that then? Like when you decided we want to go early access and it has a bad rep, like how did you like combat that?
So we actually went early access in the sense that already, 6 months after we started, we released a closed beta. That wasn't actually that closed in the sense that everybody could just stream it on YouTube and whatever. And then we kept updating that, right? So when we started early access, that was update number 7. I think that was our first release, was called update 7. So we were already on that route, and it was basically just giving much more people access to the game, and of course we allowed them to pay for the game as well, which helped us financially to get off.
Yeah, because I was like, if somebody asked you like, would you have done anything differently during early access? Like, how would you have done something different, or do you feel like you learned something from the years being in early access that made you realize that maybe we should have done this instead? Or
for us, it was exactly as we wanted it. Yeah. I think looking at when we did 1.0, and then we actually needed to do 2 more updates before it was maybe the right 1.0. So we had a little bit trouble finding out when our 1.0 should be, you can say. We've done it, but no, that's 4 years ago, right? And we kept updating, and but it was really good, the early access time, and I think we learned a lot from it, like on how to develop a game alongside a community. That's really what the early access route tells you.
Yeah.
And we see so many games that are, especially multiplayer games, that are launching directly into 1.0 from high-profile companies, and they have crazy launch, and then they fall flat because they kind of can't figure out how to follow up on that.
Right. Yeah. Well, early access does give you that room to sort of like build your community and make the game that you want to make and have a continuous like cycle. Yeah. And you sort of need to have that continuous cycle to be able to finish the game. So at the point where you're at 1.0, you already know, how you got there. Yeah. That's really interesting. But one interesting talking point you had there was like how because you said you needed 2 updates when you were like, to be able to know that, this is 1.0. Because I think it's interesting from your guys' perspective, like you're now at that point where, because we struggled a lot with this for Satisfactory, where what is 1.0? Like what do we need to have in the game to be able to like define it as 1.0? Like you guys are in that position right now. Like what did you guys recently?
I think the game would be very different if there wasn't like quite a bit of success with the release. So like I think the game would probably be done by now already. Yeah. So I mean we've been like increasing the standards that we work by, our own expectations, and from fans as well. So it definitely changes how you like our own expectations of what 1.0 has to be. So in the end, I think it'll be a better game now, but it also takes more time.
Yeah.
And I think another thing I want to add to that, like what would you have done differently, is definitely not make a cross-platform multiplayer while in early access. That just, I mean, even though we're not actually like doing the other platform work, it definitely adds a lot of just the fact that we can't patch immediately to Steam whenever we want. As long as it's something that changes the netcode, then we have to make sure it syncs with all the platforms, or we're going to be breaking the crossplay during that time. So that's just like one small thing that good to think about. But I guess, yeah, Satisfactory, you're doing.
Are you guys like full crossplay, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. We're right now trying to figure out if we want to do that or not. And yeah, we're a bit hesitant because it has been nice to just be on PC because it's like faster deployment time.
I think I'll just leave this interview right now.
It's tricky. For sure. So like if there are any indie developers watching this right now and they're like considering, maybe they're working on a game, maybe they're about to pitch a game, like what advice would you give people if they're considering doing early access?
I would say it's really important that the game suits early access. Like obviously we have some really good examples here that work well. Yeah. Like open games that have like potentially hundreds or even thousands of hours. People are going to play them for a longer period of time. There is balance to come back to, things like that, or multiplayer. If your game is more of like a one experience game, I see a lot of early access games coming out like, yeah, I want to play that game, but I don't want to touch until they're done with it. Mm-hmm. And I think the fact that like having the game both of the game suits early access, but also that you bring it up to a level where what you're giving them, even if it's early access, it's not a beta. You want it to look good. You're still going to get reviews. The future of your game is going to kind of be decided on, was your early access launch a failure? You're probably not going to work on it for 10 more years then. So, yeah.
I completely agree. Mm-hmm. That's the main factor. Having the right type of systemic and open game, and a game where you can spend a lot of hours.
Yeah.
I think also for us that we have a lot of players that already have played the game for hundreds of hours, and making an update to the game just gives those players some new challenges. We can constantly like add new content and new modes and new ways to play the game. So it doesn't grow stale. It is a game that, if it's a story-based game, you probably have seen the whole thing. But it is a roguelike game where it is going to be random every time you play it. So just adding more content just keeps the game fresh, even for returning players.
I think that's really interesting when you have like story-rich games like Subnautica. When they implemented their story while developing, and we were always very skeptical of doing that because we always felt that like you're just gonna replay the same campaign over and over again, and I don't think that's gonna be fun for a lot of people who are like following us through early access. But because like I think that's one common denominator here is like most of our games don't really have like a full-on like, because you guys have you have a campaign.
That was and that's the thing that happened. We have 4 factions in the game, and then you play all the factions, and you get it.
You might want to adjust your mic a little bit.
Where is it?
There we go.
Hello.
Good.
Yeah, we're good. So we have 4 factions in the game, and they all are like one of the songs of Songs of Conquest. And then like once you play the 4th one, you kind of like get the full story of the whole thing. And then when we released the game, we didn't really think that they were going to be as popular as they were. So like when we released into early access, we were 100% sure that people didn't really want to play them.
Yeah.
But we were like, they're supposed to be there. So we had 2 campaigns for 2 of the factions, and then as soon as we started, we were like, oh no, this is what they play, kind of thing. So then we immediately kind of like switched around, and what we did instead then was like, then we need to kind of like match our early access to releasing parts of the story and making sure that. So then once we went 1.0, that's when we released like the final kind of like chapter of the whole thing, so that the game, and then we get 1.0. Still?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you hear me? That's how we did it, but that was sort of like by accident a little bit. So we had to like make that plan after we realized that people were really into getting the full story. So the first 2 that we had was just like kind of like introducing the world, and then people were like, no, of course we want all of it. They're like, oh, okay. But I mean, in hindsight, we would have done it in a different way, I think, if that would have been the thing. I think my biggest thing, like if you go into early access, make sure you know why. I love your example of why we do it. So just like have a clear, like why don't just go into early access to kind of like you're supposed to.
Yeah, and it's like going to early
or the
access.
other way.
Yeah, or going to access and thinking that, oh, I'll be able to make a bigger game if I just go into early access.
Yeah, because I think you make a really good point. You need to have a good early access launch, because if you like release a game that's not good, those reviews aren't going away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't release like an So I think that's the main difference between a lot of games is like some early access games aren't finished like when they go into early access. And sure, you don't need to fully finish a game for it to be in early access, but it still needs to be in a playable state, and it should feel like you need to find that like balance between there's value playing it, but there's also value in, for us to like keep working on it, and it's not finished, you know. So it's tricky. Would you guys, looking back like from now, because you gave a good example of like how you would have done things differently, do you think your guys' games, when you went into early access first on, looking at how they turned out to, like, do you think that was the game that you were going to make when you went into early access, or do you think that game changed as you went along?
For us, we quickly learned quite a few things. So one thing we learned that our players, they loved cosmetics. We kind of put in a little bit, and they're like, okay, they really love that shit. And then they also craved progression. And we tried to, when we launched, we wanted to do a pure game, like Left 4 Dead, or there's no progression, you just have fun playing it. But then we realized the more progression features we put in, the more rewards we gave the players for just playing the game, the happier they were, and the more they played the game. So those two things really changed from us releasing, and then on the other side, of course, working with it in early access.
It's very interesting, because we definitely did not make the game we thought we were going to make. Well, to some extent. Like we had, because when we decided to go early access, we had features that we decided, okay, let's they're not polished, let's wait and put them on the back burner, and maybe we'll introduce them to the game, or maybe we won't. Like, we didn't fully know. And we learned very quickly that like we don't know exactly what we want this game to be. Like, we added a ton of stuff that we added stuff that, yeah, this could be cool, but we didn't realize like how important it would be for the game. Like, pipes was one thing that we were like, that's a joke. Like, nobody wants that. And then the joke turned into an actual thing. So, yeah, really exciting. I think those are interesting. I think very rarely do we get the chance to like have this discussion between devs of like early access, because it's still, early access is still very young, sort of, I would say. Like, it's still not, when you buy an early access game, you don't fully know what you're getting. So I think it's really important to sort of be able to set expectations of the developer. And I think it's really cool that we have this chance to sort of compare our games and whatnot. All right, we're going to be sending it back over to Kevin and see what's going on out there for some more this and that.
This or that, it's time. Chat, are you ready? You are ready. Oh. Okay. All right, time for this or that. Can we see the bracket real quick, just so we know who's throwing down? All right, we got Steve versus Seagull, then Dice versus Troll, Troll number 2 versus Lootbug, and then Wastebin versus Viking Ship. We'll start with Steve. All right, let's do this.
Thanks, Kevin. Folks, I'm going to put it to you straight. Steve, he's
that.
a good bug. That's all you need.
I think that was a bullshit presentation. I would say Seagull is like, how do I put this? It's like the Modern Warfare 2 mission Death from Above, the co-op mission, but instead it's a mind-controlled seagull, and it rains like it's shitting all over the neighborhood.
Who doesn't love a shitting seagull? It's just everywhere, right? Carpet bombing things.
All right, Bucko, for throwing blows, we can throw blows. Folks, Seagull 130, they had to go through 129 seagulls before they got the right one. Steve, there's only one number for it. That's number 1 because he's the number 1 bug in your hearts.
But seagulls eat bugs.
It's not like that. It's 130 because it just sounds cool. And the Seagull 130 Gunbird has multiple fire modes so far. So yeah, it has bird poop and it has bird drops. Not like, one is like the chain gun poop, one is like the big bomb bird drop, like explosion kind of thing that will send your opponents flying.
Well, if you've ever been shit on by a seagull before, then you know what that feels like. 2, 1, 0. Steve is the winner.
Well, thank you, chat. I appreciate it. We'll see you next round.
All right, thanks, guys. Moving on, next round. All right, Dice and Troll. Dice, Troll, Valheim. Valheim troll.
This
Valheim.
or that.
Valheim troll. Valheim troll. Valheim troll. Are you on the right side? Right. No, you're
This side.
No, you're right. You're right. No, that's right. That's right. Introduce number 1. White dice. Oh, that's a different image for dice. That's stacked.
That is our main character, Lapis, that just loves dice so much that he just can't hold all the dice that he wants. He rolls a lot of dice, and he likes to enchant them, plus different things with them.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, what is more badass than the troll of Valheim? It has a hairy butt. Do I need to say anything more than that?
Just look at it.
Yeah, just look at it. It's so beautiful. Like, wouldn't you want to spend like all your time with this troll? I know that you would. Vote for it.
Yeah, but dice is a man's greatest invention, and you can just see how much he wants those dice. He wants to hold them.
Which dice would defeat the troll?
I think Lapis could easily defeat the troll. He has
any special dice?
All the dice, all the special dice in our game.
Oh, it's just about quantity of dice.
The troll doesn't need dice. It just smashes everything. So
a simpleton.
The spells, you cannot defeat all the spells. He has the Ice Blast. He has a.
This is classic rock paper scissors, right? Like rock paper scissors, there's a Spock. It's like dice beats troll.
Exactly.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Valheim troll, brute strength to win.
Yeah, brute strength. That's what we do. Just brute force everything.
Shake hands, guys. All right, thanks for this round. Let's do another one. Thanks, chat. You decide. Veneer troll versus loot bug. Loot bug, you guys are on. A tough match. Oh, no, we got it. Dude, that's not a loot bug. That's a loot troll.
Perfect. I mean, obviously, I'm facing a loot bug troll.
I think you guys should actually play.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Pretend it's a bug. It's a not him. He's not a bug, obviously.
What are we doing here, Kevin? Is this my mic? Or what are we? All right. Chat, here's the deal. They got the graphics wrong, but you don't need the graphics. You know what the loot bug is, and the loot bug knows who you are. Because it's your best friend. That. It thinks about you when you're gone. It loves you. You gotta love it back. Vote 2, baby.
That's still the troll.
I mean, what a lovely pitch. A bigger version of me. What you should aspire is, pure classical, ethical, and perfection from the most Nordic creature there ever was. The troll, the John Bauer troll. It's big, it's strong, it's dice when the sun comes out. It's perfect.
How would you describe the loot bug since we can't see it?
It's beautiful. It loves literature. It's got this kind, tender soul. It's full of riches. It's got such a deep spirit, Kevin. And it wants to win. It wants to win so badly, Kevin. Vote 2.
A whimsical victory bug. Okay, well, the whole thing is bug. We don't have the timer. What's going on, Sam? We need a winner. Do we just flip a coin?
Looking at chat, 2 is a lot more than 1. So I'm willing to give it to loot bug.
That's fair play.
Well done.
What? Okay, I'm entertainment now. Okay, you just got me with 2 trolls. No, these 2 trolls. I'm standing among titans here. Really, just let chat decide. This is my life now.
What's my troll doing there? What's the troll? Is it so badass it didn't even want to leave the screen?
It's winning again.
Yeah, it's just one.
It just wants to win more,
wasn't it though? Yeah.
Yeah. You claim it.
Yeah. Thank you for all the votes on the troll again. Yeah. See you later.
So we'll mark down troll again in the bracket. It's taking over the. Oh, what? Hey, substitution. That's cheating. That's cheating. You're DQ'd. We're DQing this. All right. We got one more. Hopefully working this time. We got the waste bin and the Viking ship. We put 2 objects together. Waste bin?
Hello?
Why? Wait, Viking ship. Viking. Ship it. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. All right. Graphics? Good. Oh, might as well start.
Yeah, you should.
Waste bin?
Yeah, waste bin. You should totally vote for waste bin. It doesn't really do anything. It's not even in the game yet. But it's just a waste bin. It's nothing special.
Normal waste bin.
I see that the waste bin might win this just because of meme. But what is more badass than a Viking ship? You can sail around the world, and you can sing the song "I'm on a ship." I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. That's right.
Yeah, you're on a boat. But, does it come with the Vikings?
Of course. I mean, you have 10 Vikings that'll row for you and do stuff. We don't have rowing in the game, but that's fine. But you can explore the whole world with it. What are you going to do with a waste bin?
What could you put in a waste bin? Anything, right?
You could put trash in the waste bin, Like,
you think you can do better than trash? You can put everything. You can put a Viking ship in a waste bin.
Possibly yes.
Right, chat, trash it, make it happen. Put the Viking ship in the waste bin.
Viking ship in the waste bin. Go!
No, man. I'm on a boat.
This is the meme off here. We just can't do a serious one. All right, trash talk. Yeah, trash talk.
You're trash talking.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2. It's so close. It's so close. Waste. No, Viking ship.
Yes, Viking ship forever, yo.
Close one. Nice chat. Thanks, guys. All right. We got our next segment. We gotta go straight away. Special doodle time. I gotta go run. We gotta go upstairs, but I gotta get my thing. All right. Special segment. We're doing live. Because, Okay, so this is the Doodle Contest. We got the best artist in the universe. And we're here with Post-it notes because that is the best medium for the best art. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to have 5 people here. Who's the missing? Oh, Torsten! Where Torsten? Go, get up here. Can we camera? Okay, let me explain the rules a bit. So, there are 5 different classic games. Stream, you're going to find out in a moment. And these artists are going to try to do their finest rendition of a character from the classic game. You only have 2 minutes, though. You have to remind me on that one. 2 minutes to draw the character, but you cannot reveal your prompt. And then at the end, you'll try to guess what the other artist drew. But you can't reveal what you did. I'm going to give it to you in a moment. Don't show anyone else, just look at it yourself, and you have 2 minutes, starting now, to draw a character, any character from that game, so that other people can guess it. But I'm gonna show stream, we're gonna cheat. Okay, stream, are you ready? We're gonna show you. Let me know if you can see this. Can you see the stream? Great. Got our 5. So I don't know how much time is left on the clock, maybe a minute and a half. We're just gonna eyeball it. But you can see them drawing it. Oh, they're too good at this. I don't know. I have to cut them off early. As you can see, there's a guy with a big sword. There's more people. 1 minute left. Awesome. We're steadily. It's a friendly competition. Hopefully everyone wins, It's one of those. So soon we'll see their handiwork. 40 seconds. Can you do it? No, you can't write words on there. That's cheating. That's not art. Words are not art. No. Gotta scribble it out. Scribble it. Yeah, your penalty. Gotta scribble it out. Scribble out. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're locked. That's it. Alrighty. All right. You've never played the game?
Well, I know the game. I never liked it. It's not my genre.
Here are the games. So the 5 games, and you got. You have to do one at a time. So go over the drawings one at a time. Where do you want to start? Okay. But you cannot say what yours is. I think they're gonna figure it out. I made it too easy. I was gonna pick indie games.
Yeah, we've got. That's Final Fantasy for sure. That's Metroid.
That's Mega Man.
We can do. We'll just do process of elimination. Oh, of course, this is Warcraft. Of course. This is such a look at the genius of this. Amazing. That's obviously Half-Life.
All right, reveal it. Do the reveal. Present your answers. Yes.
Mine was Mega Man. Mega Man, of course.
Nice.
Mine is, well, it says Metroid. Mine was Metroid.
Mine is Warcraft, of course.
It's too wrong.
Yeah, and this is Cloud, of course.
I've never played I played it once, but it was really long ago. But I think I've seen a goblin in there, so.
Looks exactly like that.
I never played Half-Life, but I thought it was a guy with Half-Life.
Brilliant. All right, hope you got it right, chat. I made it an easy one for you. Like I said, didn't pick any super crazy brain-busting indie games. So, nice. Hope you enjoyed. Oh, we're throwing to Snoot.
Sorry. It's so... Sorry, it's so funny because like we have Sam talking in our ear, so we hear like all the cues and whatnot, and it's so funny when Kevin like forgot to mention that, and Sam's like, throw a snoot, and then Kevin goes, I gotta throw a snoot. Super good. All right, we're back on the couch, and joining us on the couch we got Jonas and Hans, and we're about to talk about your game called Darkswarm. Very excited. How are you feeling?
Yeah, well, excited. I'm terrible at pitching my own game, so be warned.
I think all game devs are kind of a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
maybe a little bit. Yeah.
But Darkswarm. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want to check out the?
We could just like roll these.
Yeah, roll the trailer. Yeah, let's. Trailers tell you more than words possibly can. Yes. Let's check out the trailer.
Imagine yourself in a universe where danger lurks in every shadow. Your mission? Simple but crucial. Eliminate the relentless Dark Swarm. You won't be alone in this fight. Assault, the king of killing. Engineer, the team's defender. Infiltrator, the intelligence expert. Support, the backbone of the team. Join forces with up to 3 friends in Dark Swarm, the ultimate co-op, tactical, objective-based extraction shooter.
Very hot. Very nice. All right, that's Darkswarm, everybody. Check it out. So what is Darkswarm all about?
Well, Darkswarm is all about, being a co-op game and killing a lot of aliens. So that's a very, very basic version of it.
Yep.
And you could say it's class-based. We have 4 playable classes, and we are taking some, old inspiration from like Alien Swarm and Helldivers and getting some inspiration from that. Then we add to the mix, we're adding some like our own little things, like got a stealth gameplay, a little bit GTFO-like vibe, and also there's a bit of extraction on top of that, and then we like mixing up and get the perfect dark and swarmy drink,
So what is like the goal? Is it to extract, or is it to get somewhere? Or
it is sort of mission driven. So you go into a map and you have like multiple mission objectives, like Helldivers.
Gotcha.
And then on top you can like maybe sneak and hack into some areas, and you can find a little bit special loot out there and extract the loot to upgrade your weapons.
Cool. And you mentioned classes, so like all these characters are different like character classes, or how does it work? Like how do the classes differentiate from each other?
Oh yeah, we have 4 classes, as I said. We have Assault, which is like more like DPS, the offensive class, dealing a lot of damage. We have the Engineer, with some more like defensive, tanky class with turret, shield like that. And we have Support class, which is generally supporting the team with our healing, reviving. It's not an exact medic, it's also has combat abilities and other things. And finally, we have the infiltrator, which is like specialized in like sharing information with the rest of the team, so they can do like better infiltrating and being like better at hacking. So every class can do sort of his own thing, but some classes are better than the sort of getting the core fix down.
Tell me about the enemies that you fight. So it seems like it's arachnids, or
yeah, you could say that. It takes this place in this very dark universe, where it's a bit like a zombie infection, but also not. There's no like biological trace of the things that's going on. It's in the far future. We have these human settlements and mining corporations going out into the galaxy and populating it, and suddenly people just turn, growing from the inside. You have these arachnids, insectoids growing out of people and start, spreading around and causing a lot of chaos. And you play these like bioprinted mercenaries created by this Death on Demand corporation that then has an amazing business opportunity in going out and protecting all these corporate assets and settlements.
Gotcha. And you mentioned this was co-op, so is it like online or local or?
Yeah. We're focusing on online co-op for 1 to 4 players. The original heart of it was also doing a global couch co-op, hybrid with online as like the first Helldivers. We hope to get that in and running at some point.
I really like the colors on all the lasers. It's like, do you get to pick your own color, or is it tied to the class, or is it tied to the weapon?
At some point, you have to choose your own color, but not right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we are. It's a little bit class color, but with an override, custom override.
Gotcha. Really cool.
People are asking about release.
Release. Yeah, we are talking about early access in late 25. But let's see. That's already. Yeah.
They're really cool environments.
Yeah, thanks.
Is it? So you said this takes place on like on a different planet, or what was it?
Yeah, it's not Earth,
Well,
these are like
not the one I know of.
These what you see in the trailer is just it's mostly taking place in these orbital stations that serves as like mining trading posts and nodes for the mining stations on the actual planets. So we haven't like everything's not totally cut in set in stone regarding which planet this was, but it's definitely there will be like a range of planets to explore and space stations, and you'll have this duality where you both have these more like combat focused missions on the planets. So you have got this whole Starship Troopers vibe, massive swarms, and then you're like more like sneaking in the sort of dark space stations.
Yeah. I've seen a question in chat if there's friendly fire or not. It doesn't seem like there is.
Totally. Yes, friendly fire. We love happy accidents. Absolutely. Whoopsie-doopsie. And also, you can quickly revive your buddies. That's absolutely.
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
Yeah. So I've also seen like in a couple of the other trailers, there's like this like blue orb thing that you're like carrying around. Is there like another objective, or am I thinking?
Oh yeah, that's an early prototype of sort of a haulable object. That's sort of a co-op objective that you should haul this kind of like reactor core and like replace it. But it's not something we're doing right now. It might be back in some form.
Okay.
So
it reminded me a little.
We have a lot of prototype early stuff.
Because it reminded me a little bit from the Final Fantasy game, Crystal Chronicles, or whatever, when you have like someone who's carrying the crystal.
Yeah.
But okay, so it's like objective based. You sort of go on these missions, and you shoot a ton of things.
Yeah. It's also sneaking around it if you can. Some of them. So we are working on the whole stealth gameplay right now.
Yeah. Very cool. I love stealth games. It's underutilized. It's always hard when you play stealth games with multiple people, though, because like
exactly.
Some might.
That's why we also have very soft stealth. That's like you can fuck up, but it's not in the real world. And some areas are all heavily guarded, and that'll be like a huge consequence. To that. But still, it's not the end of the world if you fail stealth for a minute.
So tell me a bit about Bitfire Games.
Yeah, that's us. Yes, yeah. Yes, that's us.
Yeah. How many are you in the team?
We are. No, maybe you should. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we are around 10 now.
Yeah.
We started like 2 people for 1.5 years ago. Yeah.
Me and Ox, you know, old friends from like 25 years.
25 years, yes.
And how what has been working on this game?
Oh, it's been a blast, you know. It's fucking. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's a dream come true, man.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to make. Ever since I played like Alien Breed on the Amiga, I wanted to make like a top-down alien shooter kind of game. You know, it's awesome. So it's
like a passion project.
It is. It started as a sort of a passion project, as a side project for me, and we came around and talked to Ghost Ship Games, and we were like, yes, we want to do that stuff. So
cool.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, nice.
We're doing it.
Yeah. We're going to talk more with Ghost Ship about publishing and all that aspect of it as well later in the show. But if people are interested in Darkswarm, what should they do next?
Next, they should go to Steam and wishlist and follow. And also, we are having, if people are not very sensitive to bugs and early development stuff, they could join our Discord to maybe get a key for the pre-alpha.
Just join in for the pre-alpha.
Yeah.
Yes.
I kind of want to do that.
We're just a few keys, you know.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks for joining us, guys. Okay. Exciting.
No time for community questions, I guess.
Yeah. No, we got a couple of in during the segment. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we're going to talk with the team behind Deep Rock, and we're going to talk about community and stuff like that, which is close to my heart because I'm a community manager. But I need to get over to that couch. It's a long, arduous journey. So here I go, running again. Running. Bye. Here it comes. Oh, I'm running in. Oh, whoa. I made it.
Wow, you're so fast.
It's crazy, man. How do you do it? You know, it's all about the legs.
And you're doing it in jeans,
too.
Wow.
I like that extra effort that he goes into it. Impressive. I know what to tell you, man. Anyways, I'm joined by Mark and Aaron. And I already mixed up your names before, so I'm not going to even try.
I'm Mark.
Yeah.
I'm Aaron.
I was almost going to do, okay, whatever. We're going to, you guys work on Deep Rock Galactic?
Yeah, well, in the marketing department, but we're part of it. We're not like coding.
Yeah. Wait, can you give me, real quick, what's Deep Rock?
Deep Rock is about a team of dwarven space miners who have the best job on Earth, which is they're up in a space rig and they get sent down into a system of caves. The caves are procedurally generated and they run around on their little dwarven legs and they mine minerals, but then bugs come after them and then they shoot the bugs using their weapons. And then all of them come home and no one ever gets hurt.
Yep.
Nice.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds like a utopia to me.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. A lot of people, labor agitators, are saying that it's actually a bad workplace, but we're working on the messaging around Deep Rock Galactic. It's a really, it's a fine company.
Yeah, you have to try it if you haven't.
Yeah.
I'm saying it right now.
Yep.
It's on Steam.
But yeah, we're like I said, we're sort of we're doing the community stuff.
Yeah.
And we're here to talk about sort of what you guys are doing on the community end and pass notes, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
See what works and what doesn't. So one big part of your sort of, I don't know if it's called strategy, but I never go with these words, but it's just like, I guess
that's a big word.
Yeah, is like you do dev streams.
Yeah.
And that's something we do too, and we get a lot of value in it. And I'm kind of curious why you do dev streams and how you guys sort of see that stuff.
I think we've actually been streaming for like probably 5 years now.
Yeah.
And it's just been evolving over time, but it's essentially just sitting down, people from the team, just casually talking, playing the game, and just engaging with the people that are watching. It's a great opportunity to, meet the people that actually play the game in a more casual setting. And for us, it's been a great medium to just prove that we're actually human.
Yeah.
Most of us.
I've always thought that that's really important, like part of humanizing sort of, between both developers and players and sort of trying to meet. And I always find that, streams are such a good tool to do that, because when you're making a YouTube video, it's kind of one-sided. When you're making a blog post, it's one-sided. But streams are actually like, you have an opportunity to sort of interact with people. And like here, like seeing people rock and stone all the way.
Oh yes,
yeah. Which I always love when we stream on our channel. People always do rock and stone in our channel. I think it's so funny.
I'm seeing some regulars in the chat feed too. What's up, gang?
What's up, guys?
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. Exactly. So yeah, it really
It's
cool.
awesome. But another big part of it is also that, and I think a lot of game devs recognizes this. You know, like a popular sentiment in some games is, "Oh, the devs don't play their own game."
Right.
And our weekly streams is like a great opportunity for us to like prove that we're actually like playing our own game.
And that we've never failed a mission.
We've never failed a mission. It's actually impressive.
It's true.
Yeah,
That's
it's
impressive.
highest difficulty. All the time.
Highest difficulty? Damn.
No, we're
no.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. But we try.
We try our best.
I can't believe you guys came on and lied to me. Anyways, yeah. So like, okay. So the goal really with the streams is to sort of, you know, humanize everything. So that's sort of how it fits into your general like ecosystem. If you will.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, I mean, there's more platforms for like more professional messaging, like as Ghost Ship Games or as the Steam blog or something. But I think Twitch is just, it feels like hanging out playing computer games, and that's the point.
I guess that's one way you could see it, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of value in it that you may not need. How long are your streams? Like, how often do you stream?
We do 2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Every week?
Yeah.
So it's the same for us.
Yeah.
And I think we find that like middle ground where it's like 2 hours. That's the limit.
Yeah, because it's also exhausting.
It is.
A lot of people don't realize, but you know, streaming and trying to entertain and keeping the conversation going for 2 hours can be exhausting.
Yeah.
But it's fun and it's I really enjoy it.
Because we're not playing games while we do it, and we have enough on the plate to just like keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
You guys are also playing games, which is like, I don't think people appreciate how much effort that goes into that stuff. Let's players have, you know, it's not. It's easy, but it's not like there's a balance of it, right?
Yeah,
Being
like
entertainment.
Yeah, like I don't want to be like, whoa, having a job where I have to play computer games is the hardest job on earth. It's super fun, but there is like a brain challenge that I hadn't tried before of like 2 monitors and you have 2 different chat feeds and you want to not suck at the game, but you also want to be an engaging person.
Do you have like a program for each stream?
Yeah, we have like a schedule, so it's like we do like state of dev, and then we do like community highlights, check out what people are doing, because it's because we get every week we get like blown away at what people are making. And then we have like a Q&A, and the Q&A is like the thing people mostly tune in for, because it's one of those moments where people can ask us questions, we can actually be upfront about what we're doing, and it's also good like. We found that we do like videos on Fridays and we do streams on Tuesdays the week after, and it's like a good like, because people watch the videos and then they'll have questions like where we thought we were clear, and then they'll come to the stream and then can ask questions, and then we can clear up and like clarify and all that stuff. So it's really useful for that stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the biggest, like the nicest parts of it is just being able as a player, like you just get a person answering your questions. I mean, like when I said earlier, like it just feels like hanging out playing computer games. I don't want to undersell it. I think it is like an important part of that is that the hanging out aspect, that it feels very accessible. You want to make people feel like, I can, you know, I have just as much right and ability as anyone else to tune in and say, hey, what's going on with this? And even if it's a question we've gotten 1,000 times before, it's still nice that, you know, it might be on Reddit or on a website or a wiki somewhere, but it's also just nice that you as an average player can just type this and somebody from the studio is like, oh, yep, see you there. That's what's going on with this.
Have you guys streamed before? Like, was this a thing you guys do in your private life? Or?
I've been streaming a lot in my spare time, actually. I was part of a small Danish community of GTA role players, which some people might like recognize, which was really fun. And I don't. You have
what was your character, Mark?
I was actually playing a grumpy taxi driver. But that's a whole other story. I can go down a tangent if you want, but I mean, but you also have a competitive advantage.
But I don't know. I had never streamed before, and I don't like watch streams, so the whole thing was like somewhat foreign to me. But I'd done before that like some sports announcing and like radio in college, and then outside of work, I run a pro wrestling promotion, and I'm the ring announcer. During the wrestling matches. So there's some aspect of broadcast and speaking there.
Gotcha.
That transfers over.
Do you guys have any like fun memes or stories that came from stream that like lived on, or?
There was a period where we were getting hamburgered.
Oh yeah.
Hamburger.
So the first time I ever joined the stream was I was like new, and For lunch that day, we had hamburgers, and I had 3 of them, not because I wanted to, but because I could. And then I went on the stream, and my stomach hurt because of the 3 hamburgers. And I was complaining about it. And I think for the chat, it was just like, all right, there's new American stereotype, immediately complain, oh, I had too many hamburgers today. And it became a thing. And so like a few weeks later, we were streaming, and somebody was like, hey, there's like a delivery, like a food guy here. And somebody had sent us like an order of hamburgers and milkshakes for us to do, which is way better than being swatted. That kept up for a period.
Consecutively, even.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks, we got hamburgers.
Yeah, we got burgers. Sometimes it would be one. Sometimes
That's so funny because I always have a burger after stream. It's like a tradition from my side as well.
Really?
Yeah. So
you're not sending them, right?
This is wild.
Yeah.
That like this is a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we had it for a while. It would be a gamble too, because sometimes like you'd be like, oh, if I eat too much lunch and I get a hamburger, then I'm going to be uncomfortable eating.
Right? I also planned it for the burger.
Yeah, that's smart with the consistency.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining me, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, dude.
I'm going to, next game, I'm going to have to get running because I need to go all the way to the other couch. So here,
Run fast,
here it goes.
Go, Steve, go! Run!
What?
Didn't even break a sweat.
Nah, I don't need to. Hey, I'm joined by Jean-Paul.
Hi.
How do you pronounce the name?
Gianpaolo.
Gianpaolo.
Gianpaolo, yes.
Very nice.
It's nice to be here. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Gianpaolo Vernacchi, creative director of Destiny Bit.
Yeah.
Part of Amplifier Game Invest, friends of Coffee Stain. I came all the way from Italy.
Yeah, it's
here.
really cool.
To bring something to the stream that hopefully they will enjoy. Destiny Bit, we're all about making uncomparable games, making games that nobody has seen before. And so, I don't know how they will react to this, but hopefully it's something they've never seen before.
I think they'll like this. I certainly like this. So yeah, without further ado, this is kind of a grand reveal for you.
It is,
right?
yes. We're announcing a brand new game.
Yeah, so on the note of a game that you making games that people haven't seen before, here's a game that you guys haven't seen before. So let's check it out. Heck yeah, that looks awesome.
Thank you, and it's all gameplay. I had this trailer in my head for a year because every time I watch any show and there's always like this CGI trailer, and I'm like, get to the gameplay. And so I was like, it would be funny if we made people think it was all CGI, but no, it's actually all gameplay.
It's really cool. Is it made in an engine, or do you make?
Yes, it's all in Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, that's really cool because it's really hard to make the engine look like that.
Yes, it is. So taking inspiration from the works of games like Dragon Ball Fighter Z and Guilty Gear, we tried to take that kind of style, but what if we could make it work with procedural generation? And so that's kind of like how the art style of Nitrogen Omega was born.
Really cool. So yeah, Nitrogen Gen Omega.
Yes.
What is this game about?
So the game takes very much inspiration from games like Darkest Dungeon and Battle Brothers and Fire Emblem. It's a sandbox tactical RPG, turn-based. You lead a team of mercenary kids and their mech And what you're doing is going around cities, getting contracts, performing those contracts, coming back, buying parts for your mechs, upgrading your mech, recruiting new pilots. So it's that loop of the sandbox RPG that a lot of people love, but everything is painted with a coat of spaghetti anime. Italians in the 60s made Westerns because they were popular, but they made so pretending to be Americans in order to be taken seriously by the world. And we're not pretending to be Japanese here, but this is a game that looks like it comes out of Japan, but beats an Italian heart. And what we wanted to do is capture the emotion of shonen anime, shows like Dragon Ball, when usually the character fights from the bottom and you don't know if they're going to make it or not, and it's super difficult. And there's a lot of games out there that are super difficult, and we wanted to put a shonen twist onto those games, and that's how Nitrogen Omega was born. And for us, one of our pillars from the very beginning was it needs to look like you're playing an anime. Like somebody needs to be walking from outside the room and be like, oh, are you watching something on Crunchyroll? And it's like, no, this is all gameplay. And so we have this innovative fighting mechanics where basically you have a timeline, you have 4 pilots inside of your mech, and what you're doing is assigning orders to them, and you're putting them down on the timeline as if we're placing down clips of a video. There's like 6 segments. So you have like a driver that moves the mech, you have a gunner that shoots, you have an engineer that is in charge of all the systems, and you have an operator that is in charge of electronics, and your opponents are doing the same thing on their timeline. The machines, the enemies in our world are the machines that have taken over. It's kind of like a post-apocalyptic world where the humans lost a giant war to the machines. And so you laid it out all on the timeline, and then you watch it like you were watching an anime. But it's really a deep tactical Western RPG that is really about resource management and morale management and stuff like that. And then you come back to your ship after a battle, and then you get to assign activities to your pilots, stuff like cooking, training, boxing, that kind of stuff. So we really wanted each character to be like its own little story engine. We want you to get attached to this family of characters. We wanted to hammer the idea of the fact that this is not like a single-player, story-driven kind of adventure, but this is like a sandbox tactical RPG where you build your own story, and you want to build your own little family of shonen characters, and you want to see them succeed and go beyond.
Is there like an element of what's it called when you like have characters die off? Or?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there is permadeath in the game. Of course, it's part of the story. Characters can get lightly wounded, gravely wounded. They can eventually die. They can leave. There's morale. But the idea is that it's all part of the story. Gotcha. It's like you're playing this game in order to create your own stories and go tell them to other players. This is what we hope that will happen. When this game started, we wanted to make a game where the stakes mattered, because when you watch a shonen anime, the character really gets beaten down before eventually figuring out how to beat the enemy, kind of like in games like Darkest Dungeon and other kinds of games. And so what we wanted to do is recapture that seen through the eyes of anime.
Gotcha. Really cool. And your Steam page just went live.
Yes.
Yeah, really excited. We talked about this right before this.
Yeah.
Like, if the reveal or the launch is the most nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's really weird because we've been working on this for a while. This is the first time anybody in the world has seen this, so it's pretty nerve-wracking. When you release a game, we released 2 as Destiny. You kind of have an idea of what to expect, at least in terms of numbers. You have people there waiting for the release to happen. Over here, I don't know. I'm just taking a glimpse at chat and see what they think.
Yeah.
But as soon as this is over, I'm going to go run into our Discord server and see what people think of this, because I truly don't know.
Yeah, you should, guys. You definitely, if this sounds interesting to you, if you like this art style, if this sounds like a game for you, then you should definitely wishlist it on Steam. There's also the Discord.
Yes, there's also the Discord, and I have one more action point for chat. Everybody has like a Discord server where they play with their buddies. If you think this is something that your buddies will like, take the link and put it in your own Discord server and let them see this, because we really wanted to build this with the community. Kind of like the coffee stain way of like, okay, we're going to involve people and bring playtesters in and let them be part of our journey, because we want very much to build this with the community.
Yeah. Really exciting. I am super sold on the art style. I love the art style, and I know how much effort it goes into making a game look like that. So Really excited for you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it so much.
All right. We're going to jump into the next segment, and I'm going to have to run again. All right. Here I go running. Here I go. Running. Running real fast. Here you go. Here we go.
Wow, what a run.
I'm just giving up at this point. It's a good bit, though.
It's a very good bit.
Yeah. All right. I am joined on the sofa by two very dashing gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We're going to talk about Goat Sim.
Yeah, Goat Simulator.
Yeah. Exciting.
How does that feel, Santi?
Super excited.
Oh yeah, you should start. Who are you?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm Santiago Ferrero, creative director on Goat Simulator 3.
Yeah, and I'm William Bergerson, and I am art director on Goat Simulator 3.
Very exciting.
Yeah, very exciting.
Yeah. And Goat Simulator, for those who don't, tell us, can you guys tell me what Goat Simulator is? Because I always had a hard time explaining what this game is.
What it is?
Yeah.
It's
the concept of Goat Sim.
Yeah, the concept of Goat Sim is a sandbox of open world madness where you're a goat that can do anything, I presume.
Yeah, a lot of physics and slapstick humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The havoc you create and the chaos that you inflict on the world is the main part of it. So yeah, that's basically it. GTA with a goat.
That's a good way of putting it.
I guess.
And this game has been quite a journey for. This is like coffee. This is like when you think of Coffee Stain, I always think of Goat Simulator.
Yeah.
You guys are working on the both. You've worked both on the original Goat Simulator DLC stuff, right? Or?
Exactly. Yeah, we started back in 2014 with the Goat C DLC.
Yeah.
So that was right after it, the original Goat Sim was launched. It became this huge success, and then we come on board and start working on DLCs.
Yeah.
And then now it's been 10 years.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's pretty crazy.
It's crazy that a game where you play as a goat can live on for 10 years.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Yeah, we've asked ourselves that question as well. How do we keep being relevant?
Yeah,
it's a tough one to answer, really.
Because it really I don't know. I remember the full story of how Goat Sim originated, but it was sort of a April Fool's game that was launched on April.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it was this internal game jam that kind of grew, and then they released the video, and that video blew up. So they decided, okay, let's make a whole game about it, a 3 months project, and just release it.
Yeah.
And that was that thing that kicked everything off.
The gear.
Yeah. And we've kind of just taken that and ran with it.
Probably wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Goat Sim.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah. So yeah, we're celebrating 10 years of Goat Sim.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you've created this bingo card thingy.
Yeah. So this year exactly there it is. So this is the year of the goat bingo, and some of these are just fake stuff, and some of them are actual things that we've added to the game. Some that are still up and coming things. For example, the Magic 8-Ball is something that we're going to reveal later on in the stream. But some of these, the coconut, is the capybara that we had in the DLC, the Multiverse of Nonsense. So it's just this fun thing to kind of celebrate 10 years of Goat Simulator.
I need to ask this. What was the origin story of the capybara?
I think it was this, at the same time as, I think it was on TikTok, it got really big with these weird capybara videos, just goat videos was this big thing around 2013 and somewhere there. And at the same time, our Discord started blowing up. People were asking for capybaras because it became this big thing. It was at the same time, so we kind of decided, okay, we got to do something with the capybara. So we wanted to do a big reveal, so we kind of added it into the DLC, and it became the garden of the multiverse. So that was how we kind of jammed in capybara into Goat Simulator.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, Goat Sim 3, which is the game you guys are working on.
Yeah.
What happened to 2?
That's a really good question. It was internally we had 2 different names going. We had Goat Simulator 2 and Goat Simulator 4. That was the 2 names, and then we kind of had agree upon the middle. So Goat Simulator 3 was what we landed on, basically.
Yeah. So many people wanted to they prefer the fourth, and some also thought that was very weird. Why would it be a fourth?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we just went with the
3.
common ground. Yeah.
It made most sense.
Yeah.
I think,
yeah. Before we dive into this segment more, we actually have a little video to show.
Ooh.
Yeah, on the 10-year anniversary thing. So let's check it out.
Well,
there it is, the capybara.
Yeah.
And now we know the full story behind it.
Yeah. I always get a lot of nostalgia when I'm watching this video.
Yeah, same here. I'm moved.
Yeah.
Actually, not now maybe, but first time I saw it, I was moved.
It's such a weird thing to get moved by.
Yeah.
Ghosts.
It's legacy of goats. So that we've been working. Imagine working 10 years with goats. It's been our.
Yeah, I'm sure farmers would say yes.
Yeah, probably.
But as a video game developer,
probably, so it's insane.
But it really is strange because it's almost like a bit. It's like goat sim. You play as a goat. Oh, that's a fun thing. But it's like, how do you keep up the energy and stay relevant with working on a game like this?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think we've talked about it a lot ourselves. What do we do with the goat? Why is it still fun? Is it not fun? Obviously, some people probably hate Goat Simulator and think that it's just nonsense and whatever. But for us, the core value has always been Goat Simulator is nonsense. And that's okay. Kind of
embracing the weirdness, just this weird.
No, I don't see anything wrong with this. This looks like a typical Thursday evening for me.
Yeah,
but it's kind of fun because when you start working on this and you're seeing the same kind of issues and bugs we're working on this game. This is the thing. Internally, when we see something and start laughing, then we know that there's still something fun about Goat Simulator. There's something stupid that we embrace these issues.
Virtual, making virtual people do things like this won't get old, kind of.
No, exactly.
Causing them trouble, harm. This is very early.
It's so true, though. Have you guys seen the videos where they take Resident Evil 2, the remake, and they they took the facial animation and it amplified it by 10? That's sort of this stuff, because I'm so curious what the process is working on this game and coming up with this stuff, because just making bugs appear from nowhere, that doesn't just come for free.
No, it doesn't. No,
especially when you want this to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's hard to sometimes we also have to yeah, here's a interesting body shape. But we try to we keep the bugs that are fun in. Of course, boring bugs aren't fun. You don't want the game to crash. Unless it's very intentional. If you press a button.
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't want it to crash, and we want it to work. So keeping everything that's actually fun in there, not doing anything about it. I think that's just the process of how we do it. Leave it in there. If it makes people laugh, we keep it.
Yeah. And I think it's also how we design things is, for example, designing a goat gear. If you know that something's going to happen, we add the biggest thing, but there's no caps and we don't over-design it and see what happens. If something breaks or NPC starts walking funny, that's a happy accident that we can kind of lean into, or if it's not fun, we can try to remove it. So it's kind of designing to cultivate bugs or make them pop up and then see what we do with them.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, and that's kind of hard sometimes to find the sweet spot as well.
Well, that's what I mean, because like if you're looking for that unintended, like what's the word here? Like unexpected behavior. Like that doesn't come for free.
No.
And like if you're, it's like trying to come up with a good joke, right? Like
exactly.
You can't just like, oh, I'm just gonna think of something funny to say. Like no, you have to. It's like a process, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But it works to like have the core of the game being pretty fragile and having like not that smart NPCs.
Exactly.
They are gonna behave like stupid.
That is true.
People. Like they're gonna do stupid stuff. And I think that just keeping that thing, not fixing that. But as we saw before here, the legs going haywire and stuff like that, that's really not something you can recreate easily.
No.
That just happens.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's just like
a happy mistake, basically.
Yeah, a happy mistake. And let's keep that in because it's fun. Kind of.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so we're going to take a look at something which is not Goat Sim today. And it's not Goat Sim 1 either. Well, kind of is.
Kind of is.
Kind of is. It's a little thing that's happening called Goat Sim Remaster. Which is remake. I would have never, not on my bingo card, that like, oh, let's remake Goat Sim 1. So we've got a little trailer for that, so let's check it out. There you have it, Goat Sim Remaster.
Can you imagine going back, doing this again?
Amazing.
What a thing.
Crazy. This is something you guys have seen before, but in a new shell.
Yeah, in a new shell.
Fresh.
Very exciting. All right, we're going to move over to the next segment. We're going to talk to another game that you guys might not have seen. A little bit of a reveal, if you will. So let's check it out. Here we go. There we go. Neighbors Suburban Warfare. Exciting. Joined by you guys. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Andreas, Katrina, and Trolls here.
Yeah.
Welcome. I love this trailer, by the way. I just want to mention, I've worked on a lot of trailers for Coffee Stain, and I think this trailer really hits like the mark on all things. I love that I've watched it over and over again, and I always see something new in all the shots. So I think you guys did a really good job.
That's good to know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so what is this game? Neighbors.
Well, Neighbors is a team-based PvP game set in the grand city of Hartsville, which might at first glance seem like this very idyllic place, but when you start to scratch the surface, you see all these neighborly feuds going on. And that's basically what you play every time you get in. So each game starts with you picking your house, and we have like a range of houses to select and play in, each with their own pros and cons. And then afterwards you get to select your neighbor,
Yeah, and you have different neighbors with different personalities and different designs, and with that also comes different abilities and pros and cons as well, strengths and weaknesses, and with that you can strategize and like how do you want to fight this feud between your different neighbors.
Yeah, I believe we might have some B-roll for So this is the first map we've been working on, which is called Harmony Lane. So the idea is you have different neighborhoods in Hartsville to play in.
Yeah, and these are your neighbors you can play as for now, and they all have like different perks and items you can use with but also like items you can purchase.
I love how violent everything is.
Yeah. So besides like the special abilities each of them have, the game is also very centered around items. So you can buy a shit ton of different items. So we want to try hit the feeling that you open up your shed and then you like pick your tool of trade. Like, okay, what should I use to obliterate my neighbor today? So we have some like basic ones like golf clubs and some homemade contraptions like the orange cannon. You can use the umbrella as a shield and you can float like around the level with it. And then the seagull, and like this was what we talked about in the like when the this and that. So here we actually see it in action, obliterating Graham's death from above. See there? Yeah.
Maybe people will change their minds now and vote.
It was not fair.
Definitely.
Yeah, but we have a soft spot for animals in the game. We, I know we're a big group of people who like the animals, and also we had the Leroy dog and the this or that, and that's like a god dog you can have. That's like during nighttime when we're like down, and you can board up your windows and like keep your other neighbors out. Leroy will protect your house, so whoever enters your yard, she will obliterate.
Gotcha.
She will.
And you can also get a ram.
Oh, every. And
but it's not
of course.
An alligator.
Yeah.
Of course.
Who wouldn't want that?
And we actually talked about like we do have a capybara as well.
Oh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll sue?
I don't know. Like we didn't know the fact that.
Who came over the first? Yeah.
But we have been going on with like what is best, goat or ram?
Yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned this is a PvP game.
Yes.
But it's not about getting kills. It's about like what is the objective?
So basically the core concept is to wreak havoc against your neighbors and destroy their homes.
Yeah.
But we're also working on different game modes, and from our previous games we've learned that we want to create experiences that we feel is very nice, but we also want to make it possible for our players to sort of set up their own game modes and stuff like that. So we will be working on default game modes, but there will also be a lot of custom game stuff going on. We're also right now working on a capture the flag kind of game mode where in this game it will be steal the garden gnome and stuff like this. But the core concept is based around the idea of destroying your opponent's home and defending your own.
Gotcha. So it's a bit like Home Alone. It's like,
So actually Home Alone has been a reference from day one, and we wanted to get that feeling across as well.
Right, so you're building your defenses here to make sure.
So you see you upgrade the fence, and here you defend your fountain in the backyard with lots of like baseball pitchers and barbed wire, springboards, bear traps, everything you can think of. We also have the magpie nest, which is like a defensive turret. It was actually only meant to be placed on the roof, but somehow it like ended up in the garden.
I like this like UI of demonstrating like how you're pulling out the wire. It's really nice. So you're strategizing, you're setting up your defenses, and like so how do you go on attack then? Like because you're sort of leaving yourself exposed.
So you open up the shed, right, and then you figure out like what are we gonna do. So often we see players spend the night strategizing, and then in this case they purchased ladders and went in through the chimneys.
The granny with the gloves always gets me. There's like one shot on the trailer where the granny's just like punching a TV and he just shows up with a golf club. I love that shot.
Here we have another example of the animals, because you can get a cannon.
Yeah.
And we initially like the initial design was like it should shoot or fire cannonballs, of course. But then we sat down like, wouldn't it be cool if it just fired chickens that then fired eggs? So it's like a BFG of chickens.
Of course, that's exactly what I would have gone with that as well. Who wouldn't? I mean, all right, cool. So like, okay, you mentioned game modes. So it's like it's all about like we can have it. There's also like, yeah, that's essentially. I don't know. Just whatever.
Yeah. So I think right now we're at a spot where we're so excited to be at this stage in development where we can begin to bring people in and help us test the game. We've already had it being play tested in a small vacuum of sorts where we've really appreciated the feedback we've gotten so far. And now we are ready to take the next steps and begin hopefully to bring more people in. And then I think that's what we really love to do as a studio as well. We want to develop this with the community and make it the best it can be.
Yeah. So speaking of community, so like if people are interested in this game, what should they do now?
So right now they should head to our Steam page, which there will be a call to action for in a second. And please jump there, search it up on Steam, scan the QR code, join us on Discord, and
help us make the best game we can.
Yeah.
Cool. And as always with all these games, they're also on the website. So if you go to thespill.com, the-spill.com, you can also find this game there, hopefully. Unless I think Carl added it there, but we'll see. Cool. Thanks, guys, for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to throw this back to Kevin, and he's going to be doing more this and that, I think. It's like the quarterfinals. It's heating up. Let's get cooking.
Right, thanks, Snoo. Yes, we are in quarterfinals, so that means just 8 contestants left. All right, let's just jump straight into things. The first matchup is actually Lizard Doggo versus working at DRG.
Okay, here's my pitch. You cannot pet the dwarf, but you can pet the Lizard Doggo in Satisfactory.
Oh, we gotta change the graphics.
We're not a Viking ship. We're a dog.
Well, we need the number, so don't vote yet. Come on, chat. You can do this. Just skip the vote. You can say something as well.
Chip, I'll break it down for you. DRG is 3 for 3 here in the quarterfinals. That's 3 numbers, 3 words, rock and stone. Let me cut you a deal real smooth. If you bring us out of the finals, if you bring Working for DRG to the winners, Ghost Ship Games will do merch. We'll do merch.
Okay, but don't you want to vote for Lizard Doggo, the underdog, or maybe?
How am I meant to compete with a marketing guy? Holy shit. So, Lizard Doggo is the only companion in any video game that will bring you a nuclear warhead. It will bring you nuclear weaponry.
What can work?
We're going to do Nukes as merch. We're doing Nukes as merch.
Are you just going to promise them anything?
Every government on Earth, we're doing Nukes as merch. That's a joke.
Okay. What about Lizard Doggo? Can Lizard Doggo also become...
We're going to do Nukes as merch, and it's not a joke.
Oh. Raising the stakes here.
We're also T-shirts, plates, a vehicle, a Honda Civic, a reasonably priced family car.
All right, Satisfactory 2. No.
That's too soon.
We got everything you want. Also, is simple mathematics. 1, that's a small number. 2, huge number. Vote for the 2, baby. Press 2 on your keyboard.
You're still on. Stop time.
I will kill every Lizard Doggo if you don't vote for us.
Poor Lizard Doggos.
We don't negotiate with terroristic threats like that. We're taking the high road. We'll give you merch. We want love. Show love to Doge Games.
You got 5 seconds left. Come on, DRG fans, Rock and Stone. 3, 2, 1.
Rock and Stone,
how good?
You're not getting smoked.
You're not getting nukes. Maybe you're getting Satisfactory 2, though.
Oh, shit. No. Thank you, though.
All right, next round. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Appreciate it. All right, you're still in DRG. There's still more stuff. You still got it. Fuzzy Grub and Neck. All right, I think it's Fuzzy Grub on right, Neck on left.
That.
Yes, here. Go. All right.
Yeah, at least this one isn't slippery and glibbery and wet, and it won't try to bite you. It's vegetarian.
Vegetarian.
But have you seen this face? It's adorable. And this is a life-size neck, and it is here to be loved, and it really wants you to vote for it, because look at this cuteness. Can you compete with that?
But isn't Fuzzy Grub fuzzy? Soft?
And look at the little chubby cheeks and the feathery ears and the glimmering eyes.
But this thing has lily pads on its body because it loves being green and free and adorable.
But the algae. Oh no. Yeah, but
Look at all the legs on the fuzzy grub, though. Look, how many sets is that?
6? 5?
There's a lot of legs.
Yes.
One vote for every leg, right? Let's go.
Oh yes.
We got double eyes on this one, and the cutest little hands. It's ready to hold your hand.
Oh yeah. Go.
All the legs are just to be able to like really stay on you while it's cuddling you.
One time. It's in. People like the neck better. People would like the slimy, feathery neck with the lily pads and the huge, adorable merch, which I'm sure you can find online.
Yes, you can absolutely find this online. It's made by Heroic Replicas, and it's huge.
All right. Thank you, too. So neck moves on. Neck and neck. All right. We got Troll. Valheim Troll versus Steve. Steve is... Steve, over here. Go. No, you got... I'll mic.
I wasn't like that. Oh,
No, I'm going to just point this at you.
Hello, chat. I'm back. We lost DRG, but we got 2 left in the chamber, baby, and I'm laying it all on the line this year. Steve, he's a beautiful bug. He's got so many legs, more legs than a troll. You gotta wonder what's the deal with having fewer legs, such as a troll, many legs, such as a bug, more reliable. You can lose one, you can still walk around.
Oh man, this guy can talk. But I'm just gonna say he has a very hairy balls.
I'm not going to stoop that low, and I can't comment on what Steve's got going on, but I got to say that a troll tries to kill you. Well, Steve is your friend. Steve's going to look out for you. Steve will pay your rent. Steve's going to help you move. He'll make you a meal, man. He's your friend.
Can the troll cook? What does he cook?
The troll will smash Steve's ass. That's all I'm going to say about it.
But he doesn't cook.
No, he doesn't cook. Trolls don't need to cook. What are they going to cook? They just eat humans. They're just going to eat you as a Viking. They're going to eat Steve.
I'm not even going to comment on the phrasing of what the troll's going to do to Steve, but what I'm going to tell you here is we've got a fundamental battle between good and evil. There's a troll who's destroying your constructions. You've spent hours on them. And there's Steve, who's got your back through thick and thin. He's your friend. He's your dad. He's your teacher. He's your soulmate. Baby.
But is he a troll?
He's not a troll. And I know that the internet is full of trolls, so vote troll.
4, 3, 2, 1.
No.
Trolls. Nice. How have trolls lost on the internet? That never happens.
It's the power of Steve, baby.
Steve with the love and the cooking. Nice. All right, you two actually stay on for a rematch. Instant rematch. Hopefully you don't switch. No. You're staying in place. You're staying in place. All right, but this time you started off. Viking ship.
Well, this time the Viking ship definitely has this one because the Viking ship is still like you cannot beat the "I'm on a boat" song. I'm just gonna say that.
Can you sing it?
I'm on a boat. Well, I'm not.
Okay. Let's keep it moving.
All right, I'm going to see a lot of people are saying bad things about the loot bug. It's a beautiful person and it's generous. You know what? Just before I went online, the loot bug gave me $11.
That's some money.
Would a ship give you $11?
Yeah, but the ship can bring you around the whole effing world in this game. Like you have multiple ships, you can choose whichever one you want. You can build it yourself. You can break it apart. You can carry it around the world for you in your pocket. Which ship can you carry in your pocket? Can you carry a loot bug in your pocket? I don't think so.
Do you even have money in Valheim?
I've got a yes or no question, Bucko. Can you pet the ship?
Of course, and it loves you.
You can't believe everything you hear online, folks. You can pet the loot bug. You cannot pet a ship. You might get splinters. You might get tetanus from a rusty nail. You know what you won't get from that? You're going to get love from a loot bug each time you touch it, and you'll get money. And if you're lucky like me, $11.
All these Vikings will be full of love, though.
You know what? That just sounds like microtransactions to me. I don't want that loot bug. It's just going to give me... What is it going to give you? Like what is it called? Visuals on your guy? You don't get any stats from that.
The Viking ship could sink. Loot bugs, they float because they're full of love.
All right. 2, 1, just close.
Come on! Yes! Yes! Thank you, chat! Woo!
DRG. Carrying on.
Fair play.
Nice work, everyone. All right, that brings us our semifinals. So thank you for tuning in. We're going to jump straight into a turn-based segment. I don't know how we do the transition. I'm running. Yeah, sure. I'll summon him in. Bring him in. Hello. Meet again.
Yeah.
Welcome to the couch. Come in. Get in here. Get in here, guys. We got.
I didn't know.
Moving. Oh, this is where
I didn't know.
We're squishing. Oh, we're squishing.
Yeah.
All right. So this is a turn-based battle. We're just loosely talking about strategy games, turn-based games, and things like that. But we're keeping it fresh and hot takey because we've got to make it exciting, you know?
Absolutely.
Sure. All right. So to start it off, how is strategy games doing in 2024? Why, like, what is working for strategy games? Carl, you want to start off with that?
Oh, sure. I think strategy games is like in a fairly good spot because there's a lot of like strategy games or like bigger strategy games that are kind of like breaking the boundaries of like who are playing the games, and then like a lot of like smaller games, like our games.
I was going to say, there's actually lots of bite-sized games. I mean,
Yeah.
especially 2 dice-based games, but you have Dice Legacy here, Real-Time Pause, and then another dice-based game. But why is this kind of smaller dice-based game with kind of tabletop-inspired mechanics? Why is that doing well?
Well, I think not a lot of people play like designer board games, but when they do, everybody's just immediately hooked because like the mechanics are so visceral. Like, yeah, I get it. It's so fun.
It's about the game design, right?
Exactly. Yes, it's pure design, right? And so when you bring it into a familiar setting, popular setting like city building, people are like, okay, I get it. This is nice. This is neat.
Exactly.
So,
And you have a spell-based take on that, right? With lots of different characters, elemental-based characters.
Yeah. But you just use your dice to cast the spells. But the dice is just the main mechanic.
So that sounds like a lot of RNG, right? There's lots of...
a lot of RNG. But that's just something that people know. And again, I think back to tabletop games, it just works because it's like, you just know what it is to throw a dice, you know what the randomness
Yeah,
of
the
dice
visceral feeling of
the
that.
visceral feeling of dice. There's just some...
Yeah, it's it's kind of like in XCOM when you have like 98% of hitting and then you miss. You're like, you hate it. But if you see a die roll and you see, it landed on a 1, it has a different feeling to it.
You can accept that.
Yeah.
Richard Garfield puts it very well. In terms of skill and randomness, these two things aren't fighting each other.
Right.
The randomness allows you to express your skill because you can't plan for everything, which means you kind of have to plan for all the different possibilities.
Right.
And that's super good. Does that kind of exhibit itself in like Songs of Conquest? Like, do you have any big randomizer plans?
No, we actually went the other way because I like games. I am not like a huge fan of like... if random is in a game, I want it to be like a thing that I know about and that I can look at and then I can make decisions based on the like. So I don't mind if it says 98% and I miss 2% of the times because then I feel, well, that's fair. I just I hit 48 shots. It's about time I miss one, and I know that that's going to be. But when randomness is just like 10% of the time this happens, then that is too low for me. Then I don't like it. Yeah. Like when the percentage is so low that it just like when it happens it's amazing, but it won't. Yeah. We've been trying to remove almost all sorts of like random elements from our game.
Funny to hear.
We have very, very little randomness actually. Like we have like damage rolls, which matters a little bit, but they're more there for aesthetics.
And you roll a lot, I assume.
Yeah.
So in As We Descend, we've done a similar thing. So we just keep the randomness in. Like you still draw random cards. When you try to hit an enemy to stagger them, it's a random % chance, just like an XCOM.
Yeah.
But you get to hit an enemy multiple times, so it's not so bad. If you miss your one attack, of course that sucks, but you get more attacks in the turn, and you still deal your damage. You don't lose all of your effect just because you missed. You just didn't stagger them.
Yeah.
Or you can redraw cards in As We Descend as well. Toss out any card in your hand, draw a new one. But you have a limited number of redraws every single battle, basically.
I think as long as like the game is kind of clear about what's going on, like with the randomness or whatever, and as long as the player feels like my decision made this happen.
Yeah.
If I'm like, I decided to do this thing, like I ran out in the open and I threw a spear and I had 80% and I missed, it's just like, yeah, okay, fair. I should have, but yeah, it was still my decision. So I think like as long as you don't feel that like, the RNG gods went against you kind of thing.
But I think it is still a common factor in all our games that it is games where you play around randomness. There's a lot of random factors, and the key of learning the game is to balance out those random factors.
Yeah, you got to play.
To actually, the way you play it is just like, you can still do well even though there's random factors. It's just about playing around those factors in a strategic way.
That segues into another topic really well, which is kind of difficulty, because that goes hand in hand with unluckiness, right? Like something like Darkest Dungeon, you get unlucky, you lose your characters. It's tragic, right? But I think in strategy games, we sit on a very precarious balance point. Torbjörn, you brought this up in terms of balance. How do you keep it fair feeling, right? Can you just nerf stuff? Like what's going on with that? John Paulo, when you were working on Dice Legacy, is that a lot?
Yeah, I think this is actually a good segue into our new game, Nitrogen Omega, because you can lose characters, right? So for example, in Nitrogen Omega, we purposefully moved all of the random randomness at the end of the turn, because since it's basically planning and executing, if that was random, then your plan would fall apart just on a die roll, and that wouldn't make sense. So what we did here was we tried to balance it in favor of the player. Like, when you get beat down the most, that's when you can have the power-up moment. That's kind of like, yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Yeah, that's kind of like how we did it, and that's kind of like inspired by what anime does, right? They beat you down, and then that's when they power up, and that's kind of like how we are approaching it.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. I like when a game design gets inspired by like as you say, like a thing that we're used to from a genre or from like a movie-like thing, and if you like Max Payne,
right?
Like did it amazingly. Like, absolutely. Like you make a really fun game design decision based off of a thing that we already know about it intuitively. Like if you're playing your game, like if you watch those shows, you know what's about to happen, and then when that happens to you, it just feels double nice.
Right, exactly.
Torben, what about difficulty in your game?
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing because like the goal of a game like ours is that when you're a new player, it needs to feel hard. But if you are like a very experienced player, we need it to like extra difficulty. We want extra things that like really push you. Because in turn-based games, it is just like every small factor matters in the difficulty. And you can really push how hard it can be that people can actually still complete the game. Like people that have played hundreds of hours in SpellRogue, they can just like crush the hardest difficulty.
Yep. So you got to just keep cranking it up. And that's what we've done for As You Descend as well. We just make it super hard.
Yeah.
All right.
We keep just making harder difficulties because we know that like people are just learning, they're getting better at it.
It's a blast talking to you guys. I wish we could talk about this for the whole night, basically. But we got to wrap it up. We got to toss it over to Snoop for Satisfactory. I know you've been waiting to hear more about what's coming on the horizon for Satisfactory. Thank you for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Thank you for that, Kevin. And we're back, and I'm here joined again by Emmett, our new game director. And
my heart rate is fucking racing after that.
Really?
This or that.
Oh yeah. Talking about.
I'm gonna calm down now.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good.
So if you're just joining us, this is The Spill. This is our little sort of new stream event that we've organized. And hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Hopefully this now makes sense, what this whole thing is, because it's been really hard to like explain what The Spill is for everyone who's like expecting one thing, but yeah. But here we are. We're going to talk a little bit about Satisfactory. We kind of teased people.
We got a couple of things to talk about.
And we probably won't, like, if you're here for like the grand reveal of like what, we can start with that maybe. We say like what we're working on next is 1.1.
Yes.
Next free update.
In terms of free update, it's 1.1. And yeah, that will hit, aiming for 2025 at some point.
Early 2025, yeah.
Early 2025. We're going to not do any specific promises for features, with the exception of...
What could it be, chat? What do you think it is?
Straight pipes.
Straight pipes. That's the one thing we're going to confirm today. I kind of feel
it's a little.
I feel like it's my fault because I kind of like in the video I made talking about the straight modes. It's like we need straight pipes.
Yes.
Come on.
And I am seeing some things in chat here about Fixmas. Yes, Fixmas is also coming up.
Yeah.
We do have a seasonal coming up in December. We mentioned it in the previous segment.
Yeah. But okay, so. What this segment that we're going to talk about Satisfactory, because like, why do we have another segment with Satisfactory if that's the only thing you're going to confirm for 1.1?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so what we sort of want to explain in this segment is sort of like how we think we're going to continue working on Satisfactory, because we worked on, during Early Access, we've done one thing, and it's worked really well for us, and we don't want to change the formula too much, but with 1.0 comes like a little bit of a paradigm shift in a way.
Yeah, like we've been put in this amazing position again by the community. Everyone's so supportive. Launch was incredible, and now we've just taken some time to settle down and think. Okay, like this is like the polished game. What is next? And it just feels natural to us to continue to actually add to this right now. And there was a lot kind of left on the cutting room floor, I guess we can kind of say. Like there's a lot of content that still could have been added. That's where 1.1 comes in. That there will be free things. We are looking at other seasonals. So again, Fixmas is super fun, and we're thinking, is there other areas in the year that kind of maybe there's a cool seasonal could hit? March 19th is our early access anniversary, if I remember correctly, and that's potentially a date at some point. Not guaranteeing anything for next year. No. It's something we have in mind at some point. And obviously, like, Halloween's always cool, but like, we need to figure out what actually makes most sense. Like, how do we want to split the team and focus on different tracks? But we would like to look at some point in the future, can we expand this game in like with proper like large scale expansions? So we're thinking about that. Like, that's honestly something that's on our minds right now. And it's like, what would that type of content look like? Is it a new biome? Are we going to go to a completely different world? Are we going to go like off to an island nearby? Or are we going to go underground or into space? Like, these are all conversations we've had right now.
Yeah.
And we're trying to just see, like, okay, like, what's the best fit for this game? And if we do a new biome, like, what's the reason behind it? Is there new resources? Is it transport? Is it something to do with alien tech? So we're still trying to find, like, yeah, everything that we do has to feel like it fits into what Satisfactory is.
Yeah.
So,
and this is also, I guess, something that we are interested in hearing our community also sort of voice their opinion on. Like, if there's anything specific that you guys want to see for DLC, or like where we should pursue DLC if we do that, like what you guys want to see and what you think makes sense. Because I saw a comment on like weather in chat, and I don't think we would want to do that because weather is something that we've added rain. We added rain during early access, and unfortunately we had to remove it. And if we wouldn't want to add rain back as a DLC or something like that, because then it feels like we...
Yeah, exactly. It's like you take something out, then you charge for it again.
Yeah, exactly.
It wouldn't really be how we'd want to run this game.
Yeah. People are saying base defense. That's not happening. Shut up.
Get out of here.
That's going to be a really expensive DLC.
I mean, keep playing our game.
I mean, I'm not... Okay, I'm saying... I'm joking about it, but if, like, that... I mean, we said never, but anything could happen, honestly. Like, it depends on if we think it's worth pursuing or not.
Exactly, and like we read, like we're constantly looking at Reddit threads, we're constantly like watching people like on Twitch and listen to what people actually want kind of in this game. And we have the QA site, which is a great source for feedback, and would always like to direct people towards that as well if there are specific requests. So yeah, like it's definitely, feedback is not going unheard. We'll say that. We have enormous lists of feedback, and it's a case of like, okay, what is actually the first thing we do more than anything?
Yeah. Base defense confirmed. God damn it.
No, stop that. Get it.
Yeah. No, and I know there's people like asking for like endgame, like post endgame content and stuff like that. And it goes back into like maybe making post endgame content makes more sense for DLC, or maybe it doesn't. Like that's
it's figuring, and it's also like who are we making this for? Because we have such a wide player base, but also like that. Post endgame, you're kind of looking at post tier 9 content. Yeah, like there's kind of not a lot of players will get to that.
Exactly.
So we do want to cater to that hardcore player, but we want to still be able to add things that will like every player like in our community is able to enjoy something from it.
Yeah.
So it's just like it's trying to strike a balance essentially.
Yeah. More alien tech would be cool actually.
Alien tech is
that's something I feel like we can flesh out without it impeding with like the existing content.
Very much so. Yeah. We've had a lot of ideas that could go down that route.
Yeah. But yeah, we're talking about potential DLC, and we've talked about the 1.1, which is the working title for the next free update that we have coming up.
Yes.
We talked about we're probably going to do more seasonals in the future. Seasonal has always been like last second, and we always wanted to do more, but Fixmas has been the only thing we really had time to make.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can tie that more in the future. One thing that we sort of skipped over in the little notes here is talking about console.
Yes,
because that's something that a lot of people are tuning in to learn more about. And I think we can confirm today that console will not happen this year, but we are looking for like an early 2025.
Yes, we are trying to find the specific release date at the moment. Just kind of what makes most sense, because again, you don't want to release a game and then 10 other like AAA games to release the same week or something. So we're pretty much in the stage now where we just want to find the right window.
And also figure out how to work with console. Because we kind of touched on that when I had the roundtable with Jonathan working on Valheim. Because like when you support console, you also need to push the game to another storefront. And there's a lot of work like maintaining parity. They have cross-play, which is also something we haven't decided yet whether we'll do.
It's a difficult topic. Then you have mod support and such.
Yeah, exactly.
It's difficult. Or by mods on PC, it's difficult.
So that's also something we have to sort of take into consideration. There are pros and cons of doing either route. And we're still, like I said, we're still trying to figure some of that stuff out. We kind of want to hear you guys' opinion as well, whether you feel crossplay would be something that you guys would really be excited about. That's also something that...
Well, we should mention controller support.
Yeah.
Will come to PC. With console, we will bring controller support to PC as well.
Yeah.
And we will look at is there ways to kind of test that early with like an experimental branch or something, but that will definitely, we can confirm that will happen.
Yeah. We've confirmed that before, but one thing that I think would be really cool if we could do is if we could have PC players test the controller support before we launch console. Because I've played the game, playing Satisfactory on console is a very different experience.
Yes.
Because playing with controller, I mean, people have played Satisfactory with controllers, so they probably know what I'm sort of talking about, but like, it is kind of a different game.
Yeah.
And we're still sort of like, there's a lot of work that's gone into controller support, and we're still figuring things out.
Yeah, it's complicated. Like there's a lot of options within Satisfactory. How do you put that all just on like a console or
and
on
like
a controller?
and it affects so many more things than just like, it's a beast. So we're gonna look into that. Last thing I want to mention before we sort of end this segment is that we have been nominated for the Golden Joystick Award. So I'm going to push that again. Hit that little vote button. You got it right down here. We're super honored about that, and you guys can help us get the PC Game of the Year award if you help us vote. So that would be really cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
It would be a fantastic. It would just cap off everything nicely.
Yeah.
But again, thank you so much to the community for supporting this game, and this last month since it's been out has been incredible.
Yeah, for sure. It's the post that one point.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, it feels like it was like last week.
Yeah.
All right, so if you're just tuning in, we're the Spill, essentially. This is the Spill. This is a fun little thing. We have a cool little bundle going on for the Spill that's where you can get 15% off on if you own one of the games. I can't remember exactly how it is, but I think it is when you own one of the games, you get 15% off on another game. Sam confirms that is true. So if you go to our website, the-spill.com, you can check this out. And if you like one of the games here and you own it, and you saw something cool during the Spill that you're like, this is cool, I want to get that, then don't miss out on this opportunity. It's pretty dope.
Yep, there's been so many cool games as well.
Yeah, I'm super stoked for some of these. All right, it's time for me to head on over to the second couch again, which is on the other side of the building. So I'm gonna have to.
I got all the way.
Gonna have to run.
Good
Here
luck.
we go. Running. I made it.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
So smooth. All right, that joke never gets old. Welcome back to Fina Unitime. Man, you guys have a lot of segments on this.
Yes.
Which I think is really cool because like the Spill, when we organized this whole thing, the Spill is really about like what people bring to this event, and you guys brought the stuff. And we were like, cool, we'll take it, cool. So
limit us a little bit more.
Not
as much Valheim stuff.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about Ashlands in the segment and some feedback, and you sort of address this stuff.
Yeah. So and also for those who haven't played Valheim, Ashlands is the latest biome that we added to the game, which we added this spring. It was in May, I believe. That was the live release. So it's as of right now, the last biome of the game, but it's going to be the second to last biome once the game is over. So it is very much an end game biome, which means high difficulty.
Yeah, I think, the reception has been, I think we're in the office like very happy with what we did. It's definitely every biome that we release is like the most worked on biome with the most content, like the most weapons and build pieces and progression.
Most
and
people
everything.
working on it every time.
Yeah, that too. So we're kind of upping the game every time. The reception has been generally good. Like there's a lot of people who really like it, but there's definitely been some criticism that it was like way too hard. It's just like too many enemies and everything. And yes, that's true. It's also mostly by design. This is the end of the game. And I think one problem that we've faced because of this is early access is the fact that like we're building an end game biome, but people will maybe haven't played the game for a year or 2 years.
Yeah, so people came in and they were rusty because they just simply hadn't played it, as opposed to like if you go in and play the game naturally, you would have come from the still pretty difficult Mistlands and then gone directly to the Ashlands, which would be more difficult. But now you maybe were like on a Black Forest level and then went to play the Ashlands, and it got very drastic.
Yeah, or you just go there without being fully prepped with all the foods and all the items and stuff. So, but I mean, that's also one of the challenges that we have, that they were catering to. Like, we have to make sure that our active players get something, but also that the full final experience from playing from start to finish is actually a good game that we want to make. So yeah.
But it is generally hard, like when you make something that you intend to be in a certain way, and it's like it doesn't come across the way that you expect it. Because like maybe people, when they download an update, they just expect like, oh, I can just dive into this immediately, and that's not really the intentional always, you know.
Yeah, and I mean that's something that we learned in this case, that it is harder to release an end game area like that, because you'll definitely have people who just go there and just expect to be like, oh, any other biome. But just and maybe they also forgot like the first time they got into plains and like, oh, this is so pretty, and then like
you died.
And there comes the defeater and just like slams you down or instant kill you. So
yeah, there is definitely like that difficulty spike with each biome. So it's probably because the first 5 biomes were in the game from the start, so then you didn't get that significant spike from like the swamps to the mountains maybe that you feel like you got now.
Yeah, and also the fact that like if you play the game from the start and if Ashlands was there from the beginning, then you're judging it in a different sense. Like then you play the game, and if it turns out like, oh, the next area is too hard, maybe you stay back. Because I know a lot of our players, they simply stay in meadows and Black Forest and just like building forever. And now you're giving them an update, and they want, of course, to access that content. So then they're kind of forced into that area in a different way.
But then again, that is also why we have like the difficulty modifiers that we added earlier before the Ashlands update. So if people do find that the Ashlands is too much of a challenge, there are ways to mitigate that to make it a more suitable experience. Like for myself, whenever we playtested the Ashlands, I always play on easy because I'm not a pro gamer.
And I hope that's been an appreciated part of it. Like, I think that helps a lot of players to be able to play it in the way that they want.
Yeah, and harder if they want that as well.
Yeah.
Because I always feel like the same thing when we worked on updates for Satisfactory. Like it's hard to please everyone when you make an update.
Absolutely.
Like usually, sometimes you have to sort of like focus on one player archetype or whatever. Like, and if people that play the game are very into like the base building aspect of the game and that's the only thing they care about, then yeah, of course, like release an update that is more about like combat. In your case, I assume. Then yeah, of course, then that player group will feel left out and. Yeah, and it's hard to convey that.
Yeah, we've gotten feedback from like both types of players. Like there have been the feedback saying the game is way too difficult in the Ashlands, but when we have nerfed that, some people have said, "No, why did you nerf it? It was so good that it was a challenge." So it's
you never win. Like you can't ever get everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Like I mean, and also initially the first release to PTB. It was definitely difficult, and you had certain like a lot of people like, oh, this is way too much. But there was certain people who were like, well, this is great. I really love this difficulty setting. Then we did tone it down for the live release, and then of course some of them were like, no, it was even better before. And even so, another issue that we had with this was that we did tone it down additionally, but this was released to PTB. Right before the summer, and in Sweden, most people go on vacation during the summer. So at the time, we didn't really have time to finish that off to make sure it was stable to go to live.
Yeah, because we don't want to put something on live that's not stable. Like if there is a risk of crashing, then we'd rather have something that's maybe a little bit unbalanced but stable on live.
Yeah, exactly, and that means that like most people's impressions of Ashlands was like they're playing during the whole summer, and maybe not a lot of people came that thought that was too much, that they would come back after the summer. So for those of you who haven't played it, if you heard that, I mean, I think it's toned down somewhat, but then again, I mean, it's still intended to be an end game biome. And then going back to what we were talking about before, like we have listened in that regard to make to approach it slightly differently with Deep North, that like not just up this difficulty again, but rather look at like, okay, we want to get a little bit of the feeling of some of the other biomes back, so we don't have the like just a linear curve going up in difficulty.
And hopefully, like when Valheim reaches 1.0 and people come back and play the whole thing again, they will get a different experience of the Ashlands than they got initially.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I hope so.
Can you guys talk a little bit about like how you manage your PTB, like the public test bed, or wait,
public test branch?
Branch, that's what it is. It's like I was thinking of realm, but yeah, PTB. Like how do you approach that? Like, is it a thing where you have running in parallel, or is it like a staging ground, or like how do you?
I mean, it's opt-in, so anybody can access it, and it's like we didn't have this a few years ago, and we would just push an update out, and sometimes we'd even do that like end of the week or end of the day, and then somebody calls like, you broke something, and they're like, oh crap, we have to go back, and I just like make a quick patch
Friday
and do
afternoon.
this. And we could also do that quicker when we were only on Steam. Now we have to sync it with the Xbox releases, but it's also like we don't want to be forced to, like preferably not to do too much stuff on the weekends and stuff like that, to just like fix them. So the PTB is mostly to get it out there, to make sure that like a set amount of players can play it, and we can like get the bug reports in before, and also test like the grounds and see what do people think about this before going out to everyone.
To make sure it's stable and that everything works mostly as we intended.
Yeah.
So it's usually 2 weeks on the public test branch, depending on a little bit.
Because I can relate to the summer vacation thing, because we've had that situation where like Swedish summer, I don't know what to tell you. Swedish, the way it works in Sweden is just everyone goes on vacation at the same time.
And it's great.
And it's awesome. Like we have 4 weeks, like almost, I think it's by law that you have to have at least, if you want to.
If you want to take 4 weeks off, you can do that, and your employer can't tell you not to.
Yeah, can't tell you not to. So usually games or like studios try to like plan around that. And you definitely don't want to put something out there that is like going to be broken during summer.
No.
So it's like better to leave it in a good spot, but then you have the issue that you talked about where like maybe it doesn't reflect the game it is, and people who play on PTB will have a better experience in some ways, but then they need to know that they need to opt in, and maybe there are aspects of PTB that they don't want.
And it'll also be interesting, like in this case, and I'm not saying that it's all been bad, but there's definitely been like a certain amount of players that think like, yeah, it's too hard in certain ways. But it'll be interesting to see like how does that balance when we reach 1.0. Like we'll definitely revisit some areas. Like we'll still always look at the feedback and like revisit certain things, maybe in Ashlands as well. But how does that compare when we also have Deep North there, and you have the whole game as a whole for people playing from the beginning? Like how does the balance feel then?
Yeah, that's tricky.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you guys could join us and give us some insight into this, and hopefully people playing Valheim will feel like they learned something today.
Thanks for letting us talk.
Yeah. No, you're so welcome. Anytime. All right, we're going to jump over to the next segment where I'm going to talk to Deep Rock Publishing, and I'm going to take a portal here. Wow, look at that. How convenient. Wow, here we go. Bye. And then I got to... I definitely came out at the same time. Here we go. Oh, look at me. Oh, I came out. We rehearsed this and I still fucked up. All right, amazing.
There were 2 portals. Very close.
I could have got any better. All right, Alex and Saren joining us from Ghost Ship Publishing.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about publishing.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Very different.
It is very different. But I think it's kind of like important to talk about this stuff, because I think people see publishers all the time. And they don't maybe understand what the purpose of, like what publishers do and how publishers are different from each other. And the first thing I want to address is something that we constantly struggle with, and that is like you have Ghost Ship Games, you have Ghost Ship Publishing, and that get mixed up because we have the same issue with Coffee Stain Studios and Coffee Stain Publishing. Like, what is the difference?
The thing is, the people are the same in our case, not exactly in your case, right?
Yeah.
But for Ghost Ship, it's actually the same people. We're all employed in Ghost Ship Games, and then we have created this Ghost Ship Publishing company, and then we use the same people over there to do publishing jobs. So in that sense, it's very confusing. But Ghost Ship Games is specifically doing Deep Rock Galactic games, and specifically doing Rogue Core. And I can see a lot of people out there asking and hoping for some Rogue Core news. I'm a little bit sorry to disappoint you for this time around. We will have some news around this in a month in our own stream. But right now, this is about publishing. So Deep Rock Galactic is all in Ghost Ship Games, and Ghost Ship Publishing is then publishing games from other companies, but also our own games.
Yeah, gotcha.
so Rogue Core will be published by Ghost Ship Publishing, while Deep Rock is published by Coffee Stain. So it's all very confusing.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think I can unconfuse this.
Most of the games that have been on stream here today, I think SpellRogue and Darkswarm and Dino Lords that have all made a visit. We also published Deep Rock Galactic Survivor and
that's really cool. Maybe we should start with just like, I kind of want to hear you guys' thought on that. Like, what is a publisher? Like, what does a publisher do?
So the purpose of publishing something is to bring it into the hands of an audience, right? Bringing a game into the hands of an audience. So when you're just making a game, you essentially just end up with having a game that's fun to play. And the point of publishing is taking that game and finding out what makes this game unique, or what makes this game resonate with an audience, and finding that audience and communicating to that audience. So a lot of publishing is about like marketing or localization, if you want to broaden that audience to not just the English-speaking languages, if that's the market you're initially targeting. It's also about making sure that the game is in tip-top shape when it gets out. A lot of publishing is about helping with QA or release management. If you also engage with a game where you start getting a fan base around it, you might start trying to build up both the community around the game, and also maybe finding licensing deals where fans can interact with the game or the universe in other ways than just through the game, like merch or TV series or board games or something like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's the way we usually frame it at Ghost Ship is publishing is everything that's not about just making the game.
Where would you draw the line between, like, also because a lot of publishers also invest in games that they work with? Like, do you think that's something that like every publisher should do, or is that like, you know, how does that go hand in hand?
That's not necessary. It's often what developers look for.
Yeah.
First of all, they need some funding, right? But actually, I think the most healthy relationships is when it's not about the money, but about the collaboration between a publisher and a developer, and that they together figure out how to best bring this game to market. But the money is clearly
that's
part of that collaboration.
That's usually the first reason why somebody looks for a publisher.
Yeah.
Like they need project funding. And going to a publisher is different probably than going to an investor, where an investor will try to invest in your company. Whereas going to a publisher, you want investment into the project that you're making, where you end up splitting the whatever the project generates rather than what comes out of your company. And there's something about, you know, as a publisher, there's something about us having skin in the game when we're part of a project, where the fact that we're just not offering a bunch of publishing services, but we're also part of the risk and the success of this project that kind of
that
brings us along on the journey.
Yeah, that's really important to us.
Yeah.
We'll put a pin in that. Come back to that a little bit. But one question I want to ask is like, whether you guys, when you started Ghost Ship Games, if you thought this was what you were like, did you intend to go with publishing, or is this something that came up? Or?
So when we collaborated with Coffee Stain, which just started a publishing back then, we wanted to take like a journey on together with them to publish and get Deep Rock Galactic out. And the more we worked with this, the more we actually ended up taking, in full understanding from Coffee Stain, the more Ghost Ship took responsibility for also self-publishing more or less Deep Rock. So when we were moving forward and looking at getting Rogue Core out, we started thinking, okay, we're going to publish this ourselves, but it's actually a long time since we launched the game. In the meantime, also, quite a few developers started asking us if we could publish their game, and we were like, okay, that's not what we do, but maybe we should
give it a shot.
And then stars aligned, that we suddenly had SpellRogue, Deep Rock Survivor, and Darkswarm at the same time. I'm like, okay, let's do it. And then we simply said, okay, we are a publisher. And then after that, what does that actually mean? We need to figure this shit out.
That's tricky.
But I think it always started with us from, if you go to the first thing we agreed upon when we were a publisher was that we're game developers, so we know what it takes to publish a game. And we wanted to help we wanted to facilitate the success of other developers. We knew that, and I think publishing is the most effective way we have of doing it right now.
And ultimately, we want to empower developers. So in the end, they should be able to publish their own next game.
We try to make publishing kind of a team sport with the developers we're at. So we don't do all the publishing services and the developer do the game. We try to facilitate it. So we're doing a lot, they're doing a lot, and they're learning the ropes as they're going through it, like we did with Deep Rock Galactic.
So if we go back to the topic we had before, like if you are an indie game developer and you're looking to talk to a publisher, like what would you say, like why should people do that? What do you think is in it for the devs versus a publisher? Like what's that kind of relationship? What should they think about?
So often, of course, you think, oh, the publisher is going to take a percentage of our sales, and you start thinking about all the negative stuff going into publisher. But it should be the opposite around, right? You should say, okay, what can this publisher, how can they double up our market? And then if giving a percentage to the publisher, it should then be a no-brainer, basically. Like the same going on Steam, right? They take 30%, but they actually make your market extremely much bigger than if you did it on your own. So that's part of the process, talking to developers and making them understand that this is what we're doing. Otherwise, we're not able to meet, right? But then there are all the services, the different things that publishers offer. And you talked about organization, there's QA, there's marketing, PR, but many of these are, also for us, stuff that we have other companies that are much better than we are, like a PR. We're using a specific PR agency, right? And as a developer, of course, you can also just go out and hire that yourself, and that's all cool. So self-publishing is definitely a way to go, but you just need to understand the many steps involved in getting a game to market. And sometimes that can be overwhelming. If you're a small team, then it's super complicated, right?
It is a huge undertaking to launch a game like on Steam or whatever. Like Steam makes it really easy, but like it's still a huge undertaking to actually get it to the hands of people playing it and market your game and all that stuff.
Yeah, and Steam has almost become this kind of, besides becoming a social platform more than just a games platform, it's also got this sort of meta going on where everybody is trying to figure out how to get more wish lists, how to get their game more exposed. And we're living and breathing Steam pretty much every day.
Constantly
we try to be as in tune with that and help all the developers.
We love Steam as a platform
as much as we can.
So, for Ghost Ship Publishing, what's sort of next? What's on the horizon?
Yeah, but actually,
see what I did there?
That's what we're going to do. We're going to have an on the Horizon stream in probably mid-November. We don't have a date yet, and we'll have some announcement there. And we will go deep into Rogue Core for all of you out there. So stay tuned in a month or so.
Very exciting. All right. We're going to throw it back over to Kevin on the other side of the planet. He's very far away, and we're going to check out SpellRogue.
Thanks, Snoot. All right, I'm here with Torbjörn from Guidelight Games. So you've got something cool to show us today with SpellRogue.
Exactly.
So I think there's
thanks to Ghost Ship Games.
Exactly, the perfect segue. But I think there's even a trailer that we're looking at.
Yeah, I think we should just watch the trailer.
Let's go watch some cool stuff. That was really cool. You got so many different enemies, so many dice. All right, but I know you've been cooking in early access. You're putting in a lot of stuff into the game, right?
Yeah.
So we saw just a little snippet of what you've been putting in. I know you've had some great patches recently, so you're just continuing to add stuff in.
Exactly. We're just two big fans of like roguelike, turn-based roguelikes that have spent 4 years working on this game together. And yeah, at some point, Ghost Ship Games picked us up, and ever since it's just been an adventure with them. And again, we're in early access right now, working towards 1.0, and
which is great. You're only 2 people. You were 2 people for the longest time, obviously, and you have 3D graphics. You have so much in your game. Like, how has that journey been for 2 developers?
It has been a lot of work, I could say. It's a lot of work when you have to do everything yourself, but I think we've come a long way, and we actually got to the point where like we have people that are playing the game for hundreds of hours and deep into the game. Yep. And yeah, even Søren, as you just saw, has he started just being a big fan of the game, and that's how the whole thing started.
So what sold Søren on it? You know, there's so much to do with your game, but what would you like to tell Chad a little bit more about? Like, what if you had a short pitch for your game? What is it?
So for fans of games like Slay the Spire, this is something you would like. I would just say it's kind of a roguelike deck builder, but it's not really a deck that you have. It's more of an engine builder. It's all about building a combination of spells that you slowly upgrade and replace over time. And again, as you can see, like the whole game is about rolling dice and then inserting those dice into different spells. Like each spell has some certain requirements for casting them. So it's all about building that combination of spells that allows you to use whatever dice you have, and of course build combos that can build on top of each other, and just have those strong engines that can allow you to return dice, reroll dice, split dice. And
you have quite a few unique dice mechanics. Like you have some that you have to do the same dice in a spell slot, right? You have one where you need the exact number, and some that are even in odds.
Exactly.
How did you come up with that in terms of like trying all the different combos?
We basically just like tried everything we come up with. Again, it's 4 years of development that we've just kept on trying, like so many different mechanics. We also have this, you'll see in a bit in the video, these things called enchanted dice that are like a special type of dice that just have certain effects that either have an effect when you roll them or when you put them in the spell.
Here we see it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the icy dice, it gives you a bit of extra block. There's dice that gives extra damage to the spell that you inserted in. It's all about just building that good combination of spells. This is still like early game. It's like early elite that you meet.
Let's talk about like difficulty in terms of encounters. Obviously, this is an elite battle, but maybe something like a boss fight. What are the kind of things that the player has to do in order to defeat a even larger foe?
Because the difficulty really ramps up during the game. And of course, as talked about earlier in the turn-based game, we have a lot of difficulty mode. We have a lot of things that we really try to push the player. But just show an example of like a more fully developed engine that you can build in the game. So this is the Fire Dice Slinger that is very focused, or can be very focused, on what we call countdown spells, which are often expensive, but you can use any dice in them, and they can also be triggered by other effects. So you have like one spell that makes another spell fire, and then fires another spell.
Right. So you get this crazy combo, everything's working together.
Exactly. You can have those combinations of just like, again, you're building your engine, you're just building slowly like things that work together. Slowly upgrading each spell, replacing spells, putting runes into spells. And as you all see on the left side of the screen, we also have these things called rituals that it's kind of a way to break up the turn flow, because it's not a deck builder. You don't draw new spells each turn. So this is a way where like second and third turn, fourth turn is going to be a bit different, because you are building these effects up, using them at a certain points. Of course, we also have at the top of the screen artifacts that gives like passive effects or triggers at a certain point. So
you need all of this to beat these big bosses.
Exactly.
This boss is new. I don't think I've actually played this boss.
No, yeah,
so what's special about this boss?
This boss, his whole thing is that he keeps making new hands each turn, as you can see,
kindly,
which boosts himself. So it's all about trying to kill the hands each as much as you can, so to not like get the boss to become too powerful. But of course, with all our enemies, all our combats, we try to make like multiple ways you can defeat it. So you can also just focus straight on the boss if you have the tools for it. Again, it's all about just the build that you have available and like
you said, engine builder. You want everything working together.
Exactly.
You want all these chain of effects. Basically.
Exactly. Yeah. And especially when you play in the higher difficulties, you really need to just find that combination of spells that just works well together. And again, it is just you're rolling 6-sided dice. There's a lot of randomness in those dice, right? You can just roll 3 once in a turn, and so you need a set of spells that can still kind of work with whatever you roll. And there's a ton of ways that you can like work around whatever you roll.
All right. So we should talk about what's next for SpellRogue. You know.
So
heading towards 1.0.
Exactly. 1.0 is we're planning it early next year. And one of the main things is we want to add a 4th character. We have like the 3 elements, fire, earth, and water right now. We want that air wizard as well. That's like one of the core things we really want to add it to the game. It's something we worked on like 2 years ago already. We started working on it, and we kind of like put it on the back burner. Like, well, let's focus on other things. But we have a ton of ideas for them already, and it's just something that we're ramping up now.
What would you like chat to do right now? If you could say anything to them, what do you want?
Well, they can go wishlist the game already. They can. It's an early access. You can go buy the game. We soon gonna have a new update out. A huge update. We are making a ton of changes to like the difficulty system. That we also have a lot of fun playing. Like we play the game all the time ourselves.
Excellent.
Actually, yeah, it's a roguelike game, so it's always a different game whenever you play it. We're still like finding new combos when we play the game.
Thanks so much. You can check out SpellRogue right now. Get in there. It's never been in a better state, SpellRogue. And also, if you want to try out any of the games that are in the spill right now, actually, we're doing pairing bundles. Go to the-spill.com and you can find any pair of games, 15% off. If you already own one of them, you can just get the other one off for 15% off. But if you want SpellRogue, of course, that's your deal as well. All right, thank you, Torbjorn. I'm going to take it over to demo section. Talk about demo. Get something free. You know, we talked about getting paid games, but okay, we're going to talk about free games. I'm going to talk about free games. Kick you off. Sorry, Torbjorn. Kick you off. Goodbye.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Kevin.
You're welcome. All right. It's my turn. All right, so we're going to talk about demo making. Why demo so much? So we just put out the demo today, actually like 5 hours ago. It's been wild working on the demo. The whole studio was abuzz with working on this demo, and I want to show you a little behind the scenes. I want to show you how it's made, really. I know you play demos, but like in the weeks leading up to the demo, we're just working on features to the last minute. We're saying, hey, this is something we really have to fix with the demo. We want to make sure the players are able to enjoy the best version of the game possible. So we constantly just tweaking things. Like I think we were still updating the game yesterday in order to get the demo out. So it's just part of the process. We want to show you a bit behind the scenes to know that game dev isn't just about like, the game doesn't come out of nowhere. People work on these things for years and years, and it comes out. And then we finally see the reception. So it's going to be amazing to see the reception for As We Descend. You can see the demo right now on Steam. Why do we see so many demos, though? Like, Steam is really pushing these demos. You'll see Next Fest, actually, in a week, you'll be able to go to Next Fest and try out, I think there's over 3,000 games in Steam Next Fest. So of all the times to play demos, now is the time you want to try demos. Like, there's so many demos. The quality of demos has never been higher. And you can try the demo for As We Descend right now. I think we're going to get a call to action somewhere here. Here, anytime? Yeah, play a new demo on Steam. Just search As We Descend demo. Or you can go to the normal page for As We Descend as well. It's all fine. As We Descend demo, and you'll find it. So thank you so much. And we'll jump over to the next section. I think I have to run because I'm supposed to be out there and not in here. So see you outside. Hello, I'm here with
Emmett. And soon, Josephine.
Lizard Doggo, part of our semifinals. Lizard Doggo, Neck, and then DRG Self Face Off. I think it's Steve versus what is?
Fetch the big guy.
Right, the big guns are coming out. The merch battle, special round. All right, let's go. What production? Why are we? We're getting cut off. I'm sorry. If you want to.
Hello, chat. I'm Aaron Hathaway from Ghost Ship Games. Here at GSG, we've been very fortunate to have an incredibly wholesome community surrounding Deep Rock Galactic. Indeed, almost every fan of DRG is very kind, positive, and warm. But every once in a while, you get the occasional outlier. So joining me today to read a selection of cruel and unusual comments from fans is my boss and CEO of Ghost Ship Games.
Thank you, Aaron.
Soren.
Hello,
Soren.
I've looked forward to this moment in my life.
Soren, how are you feeling tonight?
I am a bit excited and super worried.
I think you should be, Soren.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, without further ado, let's see what the people have to say.
All right, here comes the first comment. Devs dropped the ball on this one from every possible angle. Yeah, clearly we haven't done anything right the last 8 years, including this event. All right. Dead game, clown community, play Minecraft. I agree, actually. Minecraft is awesome. I cannot disagree with this one. Of course, dead game. Yeah, well, that depends on your mood, I guess. All right. Everyone is just simping Join Deep Rock like a bunch of idiots, but Ghost Ship Games are nothing more than a bunch of cancer brain developers who have created a terrible game. Don't go beyond the barrel minigame. It's impossible to achieve that feat. Do not buy the game. I think this fan is slightly annoyed with himself or her being able to kick a barrel. So I just say get good, I guess. You're pathetic, worthless, fascist thieves who haven't had an original idea in your lives. Yeah, I can agree that we have stolen quite a few of our ideas from other games, and I think that you just have to learn that that's how game developers, they actually build upon predecessors. So yeah, you get a bit right on the last part. Wait a whole FKG year for a season? Are you okay? You can easily complete 10 levels in a week or 2 with low spending, and the new season stuff flush much faster, like 3 months. That's okay, a half year, not a whole year, because that you lose a lot of players that lead game and forget about it. No one asking, innovating stuff in half a year, because development is not sponsored, but some good robust stuff in half a year must be, that's the truth. I'm not exactly sure what it says, but...
You can't say it better or shorter than that.
No, it just hits the nail, right? All right, hit me. If you can vote for disappointment of the year, that would be it. I would be honored to be in a award category, worst disappointment of the year, and see if we can win. I don't think that's actually true, but I can see where you come from. Some are disappointed, of course. Yeah. Okay. Message from a new customer. You Jetty Boot, your missions are super dumb. Guess I'll take another year-long break. Yeah, they are quite annoying. I'm not sure if they're dumb. Super dumb. No. I disagree with this one, actually, highly. Maybe you should take more than a year break. I don't understand how people like this boring game and these ugly designs. They ain't even good. Like, seriously, grow up, people. Yeah, we will, thank you for the message. We will take some more time to think about our next game than we did with Deep Rock. Ugly designs, I don't know what that is, actually, but we'll think about this one. Probably some truth in there. All right. And
can't even play the game. I keep getting distracted by all the sexy dwarfs. Yes, they are nice. They have nice animations. I can't get really angry at this one. I think that's actually a nice comment. I think. Yeah.
There's a compliment in there somewhere.
Yeah. I think so. Was that all of them? Oh no. That's the last one. Oh no. It's to your game. I'm not sure I want to go deep into that one. No, let's just. We're ending it here. I'm out of here.
Oh, it was fun chat. To all you out there, whether you like it or you hate it, keep it coming. Get Deep Rock Galactic and follow Ghost Ship Games on Twitch, baby. See you soon.
All right, I can get clearing these jokers out of here. We're going for some real business stuff. Board games. It's real stuff.
Ta-da!
All right, we got
Does that look
tabletop
good?
segment.
Does that look good, chat?
Can you see? Looks amazing.
Good. I arranged this so meticulously, and then they had me move sets.
Yeah, we should get some of this stuff out here.
All right. So what is the Valheim game about? Actually, you got funded in a, well, what, you want to start with a trailer, actually?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please roll the trailer, actually.
Go.
Rolling the trailer.
Rulla trailer.
No trailer?
No trailer.
No trailer.
Okay. Oh.
Mighty warriors, Odin summons you to cleanse Valheim of the growing evil. Gather your allies to fight off the sinister Forsaken who stand in your way of glory. Together, you explore the wilderness and face its dangers to complete objectives. Build up your strength before you are ready to challenge the Forsaken. Eikthyr, the Elder, Bone Mass, and Modar will seek to disrupt your progress at every step. You must conquer their challenges or perish under their ever-growing pressure. To succeed, discover the lands of Valheim and seek out essential resources by land and sea. Use them to upgrade your base and craft powerful equipment for you and your group. Fight off the dangers of the wilderness as you carve a path forward. And remember to cook a hearty meal to stay strong. A hero needs to eat. But be wary. The Forsaken will always try to stop you. A slew of obstacles from poisoned crops to troll attacks will test your resolve. Sometimes the strength of your allies will be your greatest asset. Finally, when you have completed your objectives, challenge the Forsaken at their altar, where your combined strategy and skill will come to the test. In this final battle, they will unleash overwhelming attacks. Be vigilant of their tricks that turn the battlefield against you, and try your best to stay alive. Will you claim victory against the Forsaken, or will you die a warrior's death? Step forth into Valheim and prove yourself chosen warrior. Join the adventure on GameFound now.
All right, you just saw the amazing trailer for the Valheim board game. How does it feel?
It's cool.
It's really awesome to have a board game made from our game. So yeah, it's really nice.
I think you hit your funding goal in like what, 53 minutes?
Yes,
was it?
53 minutes.
Okay.
And I checked earlier, just an hour ago, I think we're on 1,070,000 euros for funding, and I think that's 5,600 backers, a little over that. If I'm remembering correctly.
And you can still jump in now. You
yes,
can keep
absolutely.
On.
We got two more weeks, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do back and get this lovely game that we have right here.
Physical,
I think you should
game.
be able to get a little.
Touch the pieces. It's not CGI.
No, not the dice. I think you should also get a little URL here somewhere in the screen. If I wave my hand like that.
Yes.
Look at that.
Oh.com.
Yeah, so this is like the basic edition, though.
Yeah,
So this
we'll
is like
get
the
to that
final-
one.
Yeah,
This is only but one of the editions. All right. How is it compared to the digital game? How did you make sure to keep all the mechanics? How similar is it?
I think it translates very well. Like you have the like these tiles. You have your base tile, and then you have different tiles for different biomes, and you have the fog of war on them. And then as you explore, you flip them to reveal what's underneath them.
Right, but you can tell the biome from the
Yes,
back
exactly,
side. Yes.
exactly.
Cool.
And then you gather resources, you encounter enemies. If you're unlucky, chopping wood will result in enemies attacking you. So it's pretty close to the computer game in that sense.
Indirectly lethal.
You craft gear, you craft items, and you visit bosses. And, yes, and you go to Haldor, buy some stuff.
Good.
So yeah, I played this a few weeks ago, actually, first time for me, and I thought it was great, actually. I mean, I'm not really into co-op board games as much, but I thought it was a lot of fun. You always had some interesting choices to make. It feels, especially coming from like a Valheim, I think Valheim players at least will enjoy it a lot. I think also in non-Valheim players, but it definitely feels like a good board game version of the game.
Yeah, board gamers could definitely get into this.
The biggest difference, I guess, is that we don't have 10 players available for this. It's
sadly.
1 to 4 players, and every game is a scenario that you set up. So you play either, we have the 4 first bosses in this game, so you play either a scenario for Eikthyr, the Elder, Bone Mess, or Motor, like you saw in the trailer. So every game is a scenario set up towards a boss fight.
Yeah.
In terms of game time and sort of complexity, what can a person expect in terms of from Dominion and sort of Settlers of Catan up to something like, I don't know, Twilight Imperium? What are we looking at here, right?
It's about 2 hours, and I think if you're used to the game, it could probably be a bit shorter than that as well.
Yeah, and I feel like you learn it pretty quickly, and they also have these neat little cards where you can show, you can see all the actions that you have on a turn. So it's I feel it plays pretty naturally.
Right, and there's different campaigns to scale the length.
Yeah, there are some shorter scenarios that are only, I think, maybe not only in the meadows, but only meadows and Black Forest if you don't want to do the more difficult scenarios as well.
That makes sense. How is it working with sort of Mood to get everything made, to fulfill everything basically? Was it an easy process for making this happen?
Yeah, it's been really good. Yeah, so for everyone who doesn't know, we are not making the board game. It's Mood. You can see the little logo on the box there. They're a Danish studio, and they have also made the board game for Deep Rock Galactic. So they already had a good track record, and it's just been great working with them. They're kind of just doing their thing, and we're happy to provide feedback.
That's awesome. No, it's great, and they work very closely with you. They ask for feedback rounds. That's awesome.
Yeah.
In terms of, I know you just said you teased it earlier, basic version, but I know there's deluxe versions. I think if you checked out the backing site for it, you can actually see they're even chunkier than this. This is already
this is the
big
very
box.
standard edition. Yeah, so it has miniatures for the players, but for enemies and such, it's just NDs. But it's still it has the content that you will need to play the game. And then you have the deluxe edition, which features miniatures for all the enemies, and it's got little gold foil edges to the box, so it looks extra luxurious. And then there's the collector's edition, which is the deluxe edition plus the Haldor's Horde. I hope you're enjoying my sales pitch here, which is a Haldor miniature, as well as, I believe, some more Haldor items that you can buy. And then finally, there's the deluxe all-in collector's all-in edition, which is everything from the collector's edition plus all the add-ons that you can buy. So dice, I think, coasters, a dice tray, a bunch of stuff. STL files for the miniatures, so you can print them yourselves. There's a bunch of things which you can all find it on the board game page on GameFound.
Will you even get a Viking ship in here?
Yes, if you followed the game before the campaign started, you will get a boat miniature for free if you back. But it's available as an add-on as well.
Excellent. That's very cool. And the box was almost a cube, with the biggest edition of it. You could roll it for luck.
Yes.
If anybody has seen the Deep Rock Galactic box, it's pretty big. So yeah,
it's big.
Probably the same. Yeah. Well, all the miniatures, they take a lot of space. They're really nice. They're really nice. Yeah. So this is like a prototype version. That's why we can't really pick out everything. It's not as nice as the actual finished product. So yeah.
even better than this.
Yes. Oh, and also they, since it's a campaign, it's still live. Mood have also responded to the comments they've gotten. So there's an expansion that I think they announced it just today or yesterday, maybe, with more GameFound exclusive stuff. So if you back the game on GameFound, you will get some stuff that you won't be able to buy in retail later. So go back it now.
Yeah, you still have 2 weeks to back it.
Yes, a few more weeks.
Can we get the link in here? I think someone was asking again for the link, so let's just drop it one more time.
It is valheim.com/boardgame, so it's not hard to remember.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. We're going to bring in, speaking about mood and
DRD
board
right?
game, you're staying on,
Hey.
so we can chat about working with
Hello.
So you already have a board game out.
Yes.
You're
I just backed this one because
right now on your phone.
Which version did you get though?
The big one.
Oh, yeah. Good for you. Otherwise.
So I've been designing this along with my son, who's a big Valheim fan, right? And we've been talking about how to design a Valheim board game. So I'm really looking forward to how Ole he solved this one.
Yeah. So, board game design is very fun. For anyone into video game design, board game design, I highly recommend it.
And super hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a published board game out. I'm going to rep myself real quick. I have a published board game right now with Arcane Wonders, Critical Mass. Anyway, no, really.
Yeah, go buy it.
Board game design is wild. It's totally different, but also very fun and very similar. So,
yeah.
Awesome. Glad we have a lot of cool board games to play now.
Yes.
But you already worked through this sort of backing process. How was it did you run it yourself, or did Mood help out?
No. So Mood, they took care of everything in terms of running the campaign.
They're so helpful.
Yeah, so helpful. They have done this a few times now, so they really know the inside out of doing a Kickstarter or GameFound. Basically the same, right? But we were heavily involved in the design process with Ole and Mood about getting the game right. And we talked a lot about that the game should be for our fans, first and foremost, and we wouldn't try to be like a clever board game for connoisseurs in that sense. I think we hit somewhere in between, but definitely aligned more to the fan than the fantasy about playing a Deep Rock board game.
That makes sense for a video game adaptation. You want to stay true to your fans. I mean, those are the people that are going to back your game, really, foremost. So, that's awesome. So great. Do you have is it still possible to buy your board game?
Yeah. So you can still order it on Mood Publishing's webpage. I think there'll be a link somewhere. And we just starting right now has been delivering of the expansions for the board game, which basically doubled. So if you take the expansion and the game and put them on top of each other, this is the size.
It's a Minecraft cube.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing.
It takes your whole shelf. Someone will have to plan to build around this, right?
It's kind of crazy.
Structural support.
It's really been fun to be part of that, and another check mark on the bucket list of things to do.
It's a fun game too. I know we got a copy, so we played it before we started working with this. So really enjoyed it.
We actually have a bit of a special thing since we know you're both into board games. And by the way, they do not know how to play this game yet. I have a special board game for them to play. This is the As We Descend into Darkness duel game. Yeah, can you clear the table if you don't mind?
I didn't sign up for this.
Didn't sign up for this. We're going to do a show match now, okay? So this is a dueling card game, and they're going to have a show match right now and see who wins. And it's a quick 5 to 10 minute game where you have to bluff a little bit. You got to try to figure out what your opponent's doing. It plays very quickly. I'll teach you the rules right now. Chat, you'll actually get to vote, assuming the voting system works. Carl, did you? Yes, sick. All right, so if your team, Valheim, that is voting 1 soon, whenever it opens. I'll say it again when the voting is available. And Team DRG, 2, show your support to Soren. You're by yourself, so I'll be Rockin' Stone. So Rockin' Stone. No, I'm biased. All right, let's set up the game. Which one do you want to break out?
So is it like 2v2 or what is it?
It's 1v1. So you two can work together. Okay. All right. So actually, we just take one. So let me just bust this one open and give it a shot. So
should we have brought a knife?
Am I too much in camera? Yeah. Okay, I can't open this.
They're already betting on you. They're already betting on you because you got him. You know the rules.
Should not have shrink wrapped this.
You should have pre-opened it.
Yeah, I should have pre-opened this and not.
Knife.
Technical issues on stream.
Roll the trailer.
I got fingernails.
Yeah. All right, but that's how you know it's new. This is a brand new set, it's not rigged.
No.
All right. So who wants to be the Radiant side and who wants to be the corruption side.
Corruption.
Corruption. Instant pick. All right. So
So do we play? How does
and
this, yeah.
you'll work together and you'll play together, and I'll give you the rules. So in order to win the game, you have to break all 3 of your opponent's shields, and this is your barrier cards.
Okay.
And you'll shuffle up all of those cards right now. You can do a quick shuffle. Let's do a quick
They were
shuffle.
sorted, so I'll...
And you want to separate out 3 cards without looking at them. Just put 3 cards aside and make a pile of 2. I'll help you. Make a pile of 2 and a pile of 1.
Okay.
And basically, these are your 3 barriers here. 1, 2, 3. This is your final barrier. You lose the game when you lose all 3 barriers. How do you lose a barrier? Well, whenever you win a round, you break one of their barriers.
Yep.
So that's how the game works. To win a round, you're going to play cards from your hand face down onto the field. I'll just demonstrate with one right now. So this is a unit. It has a power. Yeah, the vermin has 1 power and has a little effect. +1 if there are no 3s in play. So there's no 3s in play. This is actually a 2. This is called a normal unit. Then you have a different kind of thing called a finale. And these are the only 2 card types in the game. Each turn, you'll play one of these face down. You'll reveal at the same time. I'll walk you through that, so don't feel so stressed about it. And then finale. Once you play your finale, you're done for this round. You're saying, hey, I'm ending the round. After your opponent plays the finale, you can follow up with any number of normal units. And then that round concludes. Whoever has the highest number in total combined wins that round. So I'll reshuffle this.
How many rounds?
And you play until you're out of final barriers.
Okay.
3 minutes on voting, because by the last round, you're going to figure out who's winning. So get your votes in now. You got 3 minutes.
What did chat win?
Oh yes. So
Chat always wins.
Thank you for asking. If you're on the winning team, you get in a sweepstakes to win these things. We're giving away 4 of these to the winning side. So whichever side wins, if you voted right, we're going to find you, ask you in chat, get you in this. Yeah, you need to be 18 plus, US NA/EU or something. We have some extra sweepstakes rules in chat, I think. So we have some extra rules, but you're eligible to win if you vote right and fit the other rules. So,
It's all hanging on.
All right, look at your hand.
So this is my entire hand?
Yes, exactly. That's your entire hand. You have numbered cards and JQKA. Those are your finales.
Yeah.
So each round, just play a card. Each turn, play a card face down. Once you've decided, just lock it in.
Yes.
Did we reshuffle these at any point?
No, that's your hand. You're good. You get to pick exactly what you want to play every turn. So just put it face down. Your opponent doesn't know. You take the turns at the same time. You got 2 minutes left to vote. There you go. All right, now we go for the reveal. So you take these 2 cards and you reveal them.
3. Shield Monk.
Shield Merc versus the Bombardier. We got 3 in play from both sides.
Yes, that was a big number, so we both decided that was a good play. So now we're even.
I don't know how to orient my hands, but yeah, there we go. 3 each. All right, and you just repeat the same thing every turn. So until the round ends.
Okay.
So you keep going. You know all the rules now.
I don't think so, but
1.5 minutes left in the chat. You still got time to vote for the winner, be eligible to win in the sweepstakes. All right, now reveal these options again. Same thing every turn. All right, 2 on each side. We're mirroring it. So again, 2 to 2. So we're 5 on each side right now. And you take every turn. It's just the same. So you get the hang of it. The dusk.
It's this one. A seismic slam.
We both played a finale, but these.
That was if
we both assumed we would win with that card.
Yeah, we both had +4. So
we're equally good or bad at this game.
These are actually slightly different. They have an effect that Seismic Slam says +4 if you control the tiebreaker. You do not control the tiebreaker. It's actually on this side. This side is +4 if you have a 3 unit.
That was a rule I didn't get.
I rigged that.
That was a rule.
I was wrong. It's rigged. You can blame that. You can blame me if you don't win.
I will blame you, Kevin.
Whoever wins a round
that was super rigged.
keeps the tiebreaker. So you will keep the tiebreaker. And all these cards are discarded.
Right.
So we'll move them away now.
So I got.
And you have to pick up your 1 pile now.
Okay, so now I got this. Oh.
Now you take another round. It's the same thing.
Okay.
All right, so you get to use the cards.
18 seconds left. Yeah, so these will help you come back as you lose. All right.
Now I'm going to win.
Now that you actually know the rules.
I know that extra rule.
Yep. Oh. 1 on each side.
Yes.
I have a +1, right?
+1 if no 3's in play. And we're going to show these effects off to the camera. Like this. So +1 if there is no 3s in play, +1 if there is any other Vanguard for each other Vanguard. All right. I'll do it this way so it's easier for you guys.
Yeah.
All right. This one, end the round immediately.
Then what happens?
And this is a Vanguard, that's another 1. So you have 2 total power here.
No, because they get +1
Both
for
of these
each
are
of their
Vanguards,
Vanguards.
so
We've got 4.
So that's 4 power over here, and it is 2 power over here. So they take this round again, 4 beats 2.
It's a very bad game, Kevin.
I
don't like it.
I heard it from you first here.
Yeah.
I don't like it because you're losing. You're sore
I'm
loser.
losing, so I'm pretty sure it's the game's fault.
Always blame the game. I like chat. Would you agree? Would you blame the game here? Who's at fault here? All right, you pick up the shield and you're on your final barrier. You keep playing.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, there's one last chance for you.
Yes.
Okej, han är på sin final. Då kör vi ett halvt, eller?
You can always blame those 2-on-1.
I will.
Good.
Eller?
All right, ready to go. Let's reveal.
Problemet är att vi har 3
Oh, sorry.
All right. So it is a 3 against 2. No special abilities here. Just a classic 3 and 2.
Vad händer om vi slutar kort?
All right.
You're so done now.
Vi borde köra sån här faktiskt och spara någonting.
Game fault, DRG should be winning. They're backing off.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
that's crazy.
This is unit in your discard pile to play.
Okay, so 2 shield mercs on this side. That's for 6 total power. Versus 2 plus revival. It's a finale that says choose a unit in your discard, put it into play. What do you put into play? Bombardier. 5 still loses
Not
to
enough.
6.
Yeah.
So you take this round. You get the tiebreaker now.
Yeah, and these out.
Yes, those are out, and you break 1 barrier. All right. There's still a game. You're still on. And look at how close the votes are. Well, this is not a this or that, so you don't actually just automatically win by 2 votes. This is neck and neck. Never blame the game. Always blame the lag. What's the lag here? My reaction speeds are slow.
Okay, 1-1.
1-1.
2-2 actually, right?
2-1 right now, currently. All right.
Okay.
So 4 versus 4 right now.
Yes.
All right. So 6 versus 4 and nullified. This is a finale. It says if the opposing card is also a finale, nullify its effect, but that is not a finale. That's just a normal unit. So 6 beats 4 here. All right, come back of a century, and you keep the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So you're going to the last round
now
with
they got up
advantage.
their cards, which I know is maybe not so good for me.
Final few cards. What is this? 3 cards each? All right, final round. Chat, we'll see who the winner is.
Oh.
You can't vote anymore. Stop. I know you guys love voting. Well, destroy all units that don't have the same name as another unit. So it destroys the Lancer immediately because it doesn't have the same name as another unit. This is destroyed. But after you play a finale effect, your opponent's allowed to play any normal unit out of their hand. Do you have any normal units?
Yes, we do.
No, you can just drop it.
And I can't play anything.
And you're stuck now because your finale is your last card.
That sucks.
So 2 beats 0. That is the final round.
That's right.
Worst game ever.
Worst game ever. Valheim
Best game
wins.
ever.
Team Valheim wins. Oh, of course, it was very unfair. We rigged it totally.
Totally.
But congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
You won. You won. Yeah.
And congratulations, chat. Valheim 232. We're going to pick some winners out of this. 4 winners. But we can't do it now. It's a whole sweepstakes hassle thing. Carl will do it. He'll fix it. He'll get you. He'll get you your crazy exclusive. We only printed like 30 each of these. So this is special. I designed it in 2 weeks, made it for Gamescom, but you guys get a special deck. So thank you for participating.
We won.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
playing.
Thank
We
you.
won.
Thanks
for playing.
We won.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin.
Snoot, to you. Go.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for that.
Look at us go.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm joined by Lava Potion again.
Yes.
Carl and Anders.
Why is there no plushie?
I think Josephine took the plushie.
Yeah, well, it's all nothing in this world is fair, Carl.
You're
like a plushie. I am a plushie.
true.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. But we got stuff to do.
Yeah.
We do. Sorry.
We're in the end game of the stream, sort of.
Very much.
If you're just tuning in, this is the Spill where we hang out with game devs. There's a ton of game devs. There's 11 studios here joining us. And right now we got Carl and Anders from Lava Potion.
Hello!
And we're going to start talking about console. This is the next sort of segment in the show.
Yeah. Because we're not focusing on like a PC anymore. We're beyond that. Beyond. Moved on.
Multi-talented.
Oh,
so
much.
Yeah.
So much.
Whatever you can put in your hands.
Yeah.
So,
and I think it's kind of cool that you guys are making a console version because when I heard the news, I was like,
That's weird.
But it kind of makes sense.
To be fair, we were the same.
Yeah, right?
That's the thing. It was
No,
just
really.
console kind of just came about because we started kind of playing around with it just at the beginning of development, just to try out controls, and then that was left in the game, and we forgot about it, and then we released early access, and someone picked up a Steam Deck, and they were like, "Hey, it can play on Steam Deck," and we're like. Right.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Of course you can.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then we started fooling around with it, and we had some tryouts with controllers and Steam Deck. And we're like, this is fun.
Yeah.
This worked great.
Yeah.
So that's sort of it's weird angled into it, but it was an angle that worked.
Yeah. So then we decided to start making it on consoles, which I thought was a horrible idea.
You really did.
Because I don't think you should play strategy games on consoles.
Yeah, it is kind of odd, isn't
it?
Yeah.
It's super weird. And then 6 months ago, I tried it out, and I was just like, I'm going to hate this. And then I sat down, and I'm like, what's wrong?
It's nice that you weren't reassured.
Well, now we're releasing a console. Get it now.
We got a real first epiphany traveling to Gamescom. We brought a Steam Deck, played it, worked great. Like weird infomercial. This type segment. But it works great and surprisingly good game for it.
Nice.
It worked surprisingly
Yeah, and we've talked about this now. Where the controller was that the main reason why you thought it would be weird to play it on console?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I was just I'm such a mouse and keyboard kind of guy when it comes to strategy games, and I used to be like that on FPS as well, as a person. But then I started playing console games on the controller, and then just picking up our game for the controller, I was just it was the same kind of it works. It's this is nice, and I can sit in a.
It's like the old saying: you can't teach old dogs to play on consoles.
I heard of that saying before.
It's an old ancient Swedish saying.
Yeah, it's an old Swedish.
No, and you can't teach young dogs to play on console either. It's a dog thing.
Because it makes sense to me when you're on the battlefield, sort of. That it makes sense because it's turn-based. You're doing in segments. I guess maybe you lose out a bit of readability when you want to check. Or
I was just not that much not as much as you think. No, you miss out a little bit on the fast switching between things if you have a lot of things going on in your kingdom, but not as much as you think because the shortcuts work really well, and it's a pretty smooth experience. I'm just I sound surprised as I say this, but it's just
we shouldn't sound surprised.
No, it was really nice. It's
I'm very honest
picked it up
with you.
to play it on I think it was Xbox or PlayStation, I can't remember, and I picked up the controller and I sat down just to kind of get familiar with it for 20 minutes, and then I sat for 2 hours after work hours. I was just nice.
But how does it work on the overworld? Is it the...
Again, I mean, this is going to be just the same quote over again. Not the old dogs one, but the next one, which is it works surprisingly good.
Okay.
Because basically we have, when we play on, especially on Steam Deck, it has a sort of an autofocus. Very you cheating on FPS games back in the day.
Auto aim.
Auto aim. It sort of helped you, but not too much.
Yeah, but it's just you control the crosshair.
Yeah,
clever.
Thing.
Have you had to redesign a lot of UI to make
Yes.
it work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We're in the same boat then.
Oh God! I mean, everyone who has been through that process, every dev who's been thoughts and prayers. It's a strong one.
Yeah. So you guys have a roadmap of some sort.
We do.
So
of some sort. Thank you very much.
Of some sort.
Yeah, this is our new roadmap. So first up is Vanir that we already talked about, and you can wish list it now. We forgot to say that before. Go and wish.
But we did it now, and then as you can see, it's PlayStation and Xbox.
Yep.
Nice.
And it's all in winter 2024.
Vague enough.
No Switch?
I'm going to say the official quote.
You can go with the official
which is, no, we really would want to do Switch, and we have not forgotten that dream, but there's...
I can see what the process.
Yep.
I know.
Everyone in chat too. It's definitely something we want because it was the first handheld that we sort of
we totally
want
to. We totally want to, but the Switch is old.
And I want to do a special shout out to Bitwave, which is we're working with
Bitwave.
I love
great.
Bitwave. And we're working with Bitwave to do console stuff.
Nice.
Because they have the expertise in it.
Makes sense.
So we didn't really want to spend like our own resources because we're not experts in console. We're experts on PC.
And they're good at that shit.
And they are
really
good at that shit.
But
So
we're
Bitwave.
also, I'm looking at their roadmap. So we're actually doing like iOS and Android, which means the phone.
And it's nice to see that work sort of go hand in hand.
So we're releasing our game
That's very cool too.
It's super, and it's just like I have like a pre-built in my phone, and it's just like crazy. So
you're gonna be able to play Songs of Conquest wherever you go. It's like
play it on the go, and it's turn-based.
Our plan is just to have everyone like Songs of Conquest in your pocket.
And then Conquest Mass to be decided.
TBD and a nice blur damage. That's all you're getting, folks. That and weird quotes from our childhood.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Nice to have you guys again.
We love sitting in this sofa.
It's a comfy couch, right?
I'm sleeping on this one tonight. I'm not going home. This is my couch now.
This is your couch now.
All right, we're gonna send it over to another little trailer from. We had the Goat Sim team here before. They got another little trailer. That we haven't seen yet. So let's check it out.
Nice.
Peggy 12.
Welcome!
Look at that, Goat Simulator on PS4 and on Xbox One, the remake. Very exciting. So yeah, we got a quick little console release roundup here. So Goat Simulator 3 is coming to PS4 and Xbox One October 24th this year. And then we have Songs of Conquest. We just talked to Anders and Carl here. You can expect that winter 2024. And then when it comes to Satisfactory on console, we say early 2025. That's the goal right now, and hopefully we'll be able to keep that. So yeah, that's it for console, everybody. Very exciting. And that is actually going to be sort of it for the show. We do have, I don't know what happened with no, we're just going to skip that. No end of we're going to hand over to Kevin and see how that ends, the whole feud. Let's see how the finals go.
Different kind of this or that. This is entirely not this or that. Okay, yeah. We're back for this or that. You thought we were done. Final 3. Finals. So, Neck, Lizard Doggo, are they lovers, haters? What's going on now?
They get along so well. Can't you see? Look at
I think these should both win, and we should just knock out Ghost Ship Games right here.
All right, well, we'll have to see. Chat will decide who moves on, unfortunately. So, chat, you ready to vote? 3 final votes. So, you better be ready.
Or that.
Go. You can do it. 1 Neck, 2 Lizard Dog.
Can't you see? Look at its cute little face. Can you say no to that face? Can you? Can you?
Josh from Let's Game It Out has abused this poor Lizard Doggo for so many years. Please give him a win. Not Josh, the Lizard Doggo.
Poor Lizard Doggo.
But it's green and it's got the lily pads still. I know you like the lily pads, chat. I know you like the lily pads. I know this whole room likes the lily pads. And the little teeth.
Fabulous lily pads, and look at this.
Yes.
You can do it. You can still make the difference. No, I believe. Chat. Don't. Neck.
We'll make it tameable. If the Neck wins, we'll make it tameable.
Don't make promises we can't keep, John.
Hey, do it, chat. Yeah. It's home ground, home turf, Lizard Doggo. Woo! All right, we got our first finalist. And on the other side of the bracket, actually, it's Aaron v. Aaron. Well, how are you going to outcompete yourself on this?
I'm going to tell you my strategy, Kevin. Chat, bring it in. Go Ship, bring it in. Team Huddle, come here, chat. We need you close. All right, team, it's the playoff game. We've got everything on the line. We've got our own here, and we're sending the loot bug to the final. We're sending the loot bug to the final. You know, we're up against the Lizard Doggo. It's a tough one. The bookies' odds, they're in favor of the Lizard Doggo. The local papers, they're saying we're the underdog team. We don't have what it takes, but we know they're wrong, don't we? Yeah. We know we can do this, can't we? Yeah. Vote for that loot bug, won't we? Yeah. This is an uphill battle, but we are dwarves. Our legs are strong. We can do it, can't we? Yeah. Now, chat, when it's time for the finals, I need you to vote like your life depends on it. I need you to vote like there's a leech grabbing you and you're trying to get out. I need you to vote like the hand of Carl is guiding you. Bring the loot bug. 1, 2, 3. Rockets down!
That was fabulous. Will you take it home, chat? Make what? What's this supposed to happen? What's Steve supposed to win this one?
Listen, Kevin, the way I see it, it's a win-win. I'd hate to be the guy on the other end of the finals, baby.
All right, and speaking about that, let's just wrap it up right now. Chat, one final vote. All right, well, you know our contestants. Come on over. Final duel. You can't do it again? No. You got to be. Otherwise, Aaron, you're a star.
This or that.
I appreciate that. I have the energy for this. This Lizard Doggo, thank you, is actually based off of a pug puppy that our original art director owned. It is based off a real puppy.
Chat, I'm telling you right now, number 2's the number that you want to vote. We're going to bring Steve all the way to the playoffs. We're going to bring the trophy back to Copenhagen. If you can help me now, we'll give you everything. We'll give you merch. We'll go back on the promise about nukes. We'll do DRT4 right away. Give it now. Deep Rock, give us a 2 in the chat for Steve. Baby, it's that sweet bug.
But you can also vote 1 for a stack of 3 Lizard Doggos.
Satisfactory 2 and Satisfactory 3. Let's fucking go!
Satisfactory 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. Take it back.
Cut that.
Chat, don't listen to anything you've heard. 1, it's a little number for babies. 2, it's a big number for brave dwarves. Hit that 2 right now. Make it Steve. Make it now. Steve wants you. He'd never leave you. Would you leave Steve in this hour of need? 2's the number. Vote now, baby. Deep Rock Galactic's taking it home.
A valiant effort. Aaron, you tried your hardest. But you made it to the finals at least.
Some days, Kevin, you fight your best and you don't have what it takes. But you go back to dive another day. And it's not about whether you win or lose. It's about the dwarves you befriend along the way.
And sometimes we overpromise too many satisfactories, chat. Are we going to hold them to it?
What was this? Holy shit. Sorry, no Satisfactory 2 or 3. Sorry.
Canceled on stream live. But we got our winner, Lizard Doggo. This or that Fall 2024 Championship. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, chat, for voting.
Easy.
Easy game.
All right, and that's going to be the show, essentially. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Very exciting. Quick shout-outs to Kevin and Carl, where's Carl, for putting this shit together. And huge shout-out to Sam Dean and his crew, everyone working on behind the scenes, making sure all this works. Well,
not there.
I mean,
more,
it's nothing. They're
they're
behind
in the
there.
corner.
So big shout-out to everyone, and shout-out to everyone who's been watching throughout the entire stream. If you really like this, hopefully we can do it again. And yeah, thank you everyone for coming. Super excited.
Thank you, everyone. And of course, thank you, Adam, our extra on the floor camera guy. Can't use all plus 1. All right. Hope you had fun. It was a blast for us, so we hope it was great for you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
All right. And 15% off. You can still, if you own any of the games, any other game for 15% off, or you can get any 2 for 15% off, and some free demos. wishlist down.
Make sure to go to the-spill.com and Bob's your uncle.
All right.
All right.
Later, chat.
That's us signing off. Bye.
See ya.
High
Goodbye.
five.
High five. Team high five.